Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I would like to welcome everyone to the Conversation Africa's event. And most importantly, apologize for the slight delay in start. A lot of our guests were held up due to the weather disruptions that caused traffic delays. And we will be starting by 11:30 on the dot. In the meantime, we will be streaming some of our interviews. Thank you.
I always say that was no sudden event that made me say, okay, I want to do this, or I want to do work around fiscal transparency and accountability. More of it was growing up. I had this old anger at the Nigerian space around how has not worked out the way it should be. I mean, I always give this analogy that when I were young, by Sunday afternoon, you sit by the TV and you're trying to watch a soap opera by the afternoon. And maybe like 5 minutes towards the beginning of the soap opera, the electricity company strikes and next thing powers goes off. There's a football match that your whole emotion is all over it, and suddenly before the match is about to begin, or maybe 10 minutes since the beginning of the match, and suddenly power goes off. And those situations haunted my childhood. They haunted my memories because I felt, why does it have to be this way? I grew up with a sense of anger at the country that I live. I grew up with a sense of I would say disgust. That might be a strong word, but we all discontent within the situation in Nigeria. So that has been forming up in me over the years. Even while I was a banker, it wasn't like a place of extreme fulfillment. It was just all like, okay, let's get going. I mean, let's just get body and soul together. But more about what can I do to transform or to improve the conversation in the Nigerian space. What are we missing? What are the problems we're missing? And I zeroed that to, we have not optimized use of public resources. Not like we have so much of it. I mean, there's always easy for people to talk about we have a revenue problem, but we have also a spending efficiency problem, which is we have so little, but we still waste too much. So I in my own view, knew that I just needed to play a part and a role in this. How do we ensure that all resources across board work for the people of Nigeria? So, I mean, that was a turning. Those were like the things that my own formative years, and I mean, that really transformed how I saw Nigeria and how I felt like I have a significant role to play in this.
Yeah. So how do you think we can deliberately equip the youths with the right tools necessary for leadership and governance?
I mean, so leadership in governance, it's a broad spectrum because people always think that is when you get into public office, that's when you're serving, that's when you're involved in public service, in quotes. But no, when you take your position as an active citizen, when you hold leaders account, when you ask questions, when you vote, you are already involved in public service one way or the other.
Absolutely.
Or to build is a state of mind. There's this consciousness that you constantly carry, that as a citizen, I have a role, or as a leader, maybe you elected in office or maybe appointed, I have a role to deliver value to Nigeria. I mean, it has to be something that we across the board must carry. And for us to carry that leadership is a sense of dedication for the common good of all. I mean, wherever we are, because we have education to some extent, there's this intrinsic privilege that we carry already. We might not accept it, but we are still better off than 60 to 70% of the country.
Absolutely.
We need to translate that into some form of opportunity to provide help or to even seek social justice for others. And I think that's the first element of leadership that I want to see more in Nigerians. Be able to transit privilege and be able to use our opportunity to seek justice, for more Nigerians, to ensure that things happen the way they should happen. And that's, we don't have enough citizens. And I'm not talking about residents of Nigeria. I'm not talking about Nigerians and good people who actually feel their office of the citizen. And I think that is what our work in Body speaks to. How do we raise many more citizens that are informed, that understand their role within the democratic space, and also work to hold public officers accountable. But the second frame of leadership when it comes to public service, what we need to do in that place is that we need to show commitment around being involved. And that's about politics. That's about us joining political parties. That's about us being part of the delegate system. We need to go beyond voting, because voting is great, but in a democracy, voting is the lowest form of power. The people, you're offered choices, and when you're offered choices, you select from the
absolutely choices. Exactly.
And some people decide who gets offered to the public. We need to be at the center of all of that. We need to be much more involved in that space. And that's number one. And we need to work together as young people that want to be the next generation. And we need to have that capacity, the knowledge base to be able to. So when we get there, we understand what exactly is at stake and what we need to do. And so I will put it back into those three things. We need to, what we call competency, we need to capacity, and they need to also have, the most important part is character. The part of people will say also compassion and courage, but it's all good that the pathway of building a leader stands from us understanding that we have a role to play in improving the lives of every single Nigerian. And that's even by starting from our own small office, which is called the office of the citizen. Yeah,
absolutely. Thank you so much.
The process of rebuilding trust, there isn't a silver bullet to it. A series of
because
events.
It has happened over time.
Yeah, series of events have happened. Failed promises at local, state, national levels, and there is no fair way to share scarcity. 2.5 million people are going to write JAMB this year, and there's only space for 500,000 people, less than 500,000. So
where do the remaining 2 million go? And that's accumulated.
Yeah, so the remaining 2 million are going to lose out. And then the backlog keeps growing. So what has happened with the Nigerian state is that the capacity of the state to deliver for 200 million people is limited. And that's the truth of the matter. So the states that we have now was designed to serve the population that we had maybe in 1999 or even much earlier. So the population has grown and the capacity of the state. And as we mentioned, the population is relatively a young one. People need to get into schools. People need healthcare. And that was the purpose of that article. I think it was written in the midst of the NSAS protest to say, look, I do not think that it is likely going to be a one-off thing if we do not do the investments that are required. So yes, a vision has to be built, and there are proposals on the table. I'm sure that I would refer you to some as recent as the State of the Nation broadcast by Pastor Tunde Bakari. You cannot be a nation if there is no shared understanding of where you want to go to. There must be a Nigerian dream. So I think it's something that as a society we need to pay attention to. And crafting that is not difficult, in the sense that what you find as Nigeria defined now is that you have about 200 million indigents, people who are indigenous to Nigeria. So the challenge is translating these indigents into citizens who have a stake in a nation that works for all of the time. not some of the time. If you ask, if you do a polling of Nigeria, I think NY Gallup does that from time to time, it will be a story of unfulfilled dreams. People are looking for opportunities to survive. It's just basic human desire to improve their lives. I mean, Gallup did the first global survey in the year 2010 that led to the book, The Coming Job Wars. And that survey surveyed people from Zing in Taraba to Zanzibar, from Ahmadinabad to Zaire. You know, the first global survey to find out what was in the mind of people. What was of concern, what was the aspiration of humanity. By a very distant first, I mean the second item on the list from the survey that came back was such, you know, was like almost like a race between me and Usain Bolt, you know, very distant distance. What was topmost in the minds of people, irrespective of ethnicity, race, religion, people wanted decent jobs to take care of their families. So if you go to a mall, you see some people come to window shop.
True.
It's aspiration, it's the nature of the human being. So we must create a system. That's why if you look at the US, one of the key performance indicators for the leaders of US is how many jobs were created.
True.
During your term. Because in a modern economy, the way to distribute income is through employment. The unemployment figure, I think from the last NBS report, will be about 33% or 23%, but youth unemployment will be about 50%.
That's half of the youth unemployed.
Exactly, are not gainfully employed, and even some that are employed are underemployed. You know, so it's a big issue that requires us to plan, because what happened is that at some point we stopped planning for the needs. So if you ask policymakers now, and I'm not, it's not in a derogatory form, how much food will Nigerians require next year? How many classrooms?
I always say that there was no sudden
see our hearts. Thank you for you healed our land. For your name's sake, for your name's sake, for your name's sake. For your name's sake, for your name's sake, for your name's sake. Our land is healed, our land is saved. Our land is healed, our land is saved. Word I'm a desolate. Word I'm a desolate. Word I'm a desolate.
I've seen the destruction of a nation, the jog on the spot condition, a movement that has no motion, tearing apart the flock with the shepherds without emotions, cutting the cake but yes a celebrant without a portion. This is the notion, we've been victims of mass extortion, a sorry tale of pain and sadness, idea abortion. Lord, we've been pushed aside and struck them where we stood, where sinners pray even when on our knees perceived as food, been blinded by our leaders who see the evil as good, got them stealing from the poor to give to the rich, robbing the hood, and it feels so scary tonight. No obvious respite. We're just turning in this journey, one heck of a ride. But there's one in the fight, the king who's on our side. And by the words of his mouth, he turns darkness to light. And for his sake and our sake, he pulls Satan to flight. The touch of God upon our land is bringing us to life. And we reject the stories, then we reject it no least. The life we're living where we're no more gunned down by the police. Our healing comes, I know this. The hand of God, I hold this. The land is traumatized by battle, it's about to know peace.
Transformation, reformation, elevation. In our land, revelation, inspiration, dedication. To our youth, recreation, ministration, motivation. To the old, abundance, resources, I'll increase on every side.
I see restoration of a nation, the pushing forward condition, the movement possessing motion, bringing the flock together with shepherds that have emotions, cutting the cake and the celebrants gets a larger portion. This is the notion, no longer victims of extortion, the story of revival. Our land, our land, our land, our land. Our land.
Our land is healed, our land is saved. Our land is healed, our land is saved. We're not with that We're not with that We're not with that
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Again, I would like to apologize for the delay in our start time. Thank you very much for your patience. It is with great honor that I officially welcome everyone here to the maiden edition of the Conversation series brought to you by the Conversation Africa with the theme Pointing the Way Forward. It is our shared hope and belief that you all leave here today reminded that if it is to be, it is up to me and it is up to you. May I ask that we all stand for the opening prayer, which will be in the form of the national anthem led by Emanuela and Joba. Please hold on whilst our guests take their seats.
Arise, O come, patriots, Nigeria's call, obey to serve our fatherland with love and strength and faith.
The labor of our heroes best
shall never be in vain.
to serve with heart and mind.
Thank you very much. We may please be seated. We would like all attendees to share excerpts of the program on all social media platforms. Please note that the official hashtags are hashtag TCA and hashtag the way forward. As earlier advertised, we regret to inform you all that Ms. Kadaria Ahmed will not be joining us today due to a schedule conflict, and I will be announcing our moderator at a later point during the program. Taking us further today, I would like to invite Mr. Suru Oluwa Avose, partner at Chinu Capital and co-founder at Blue Salt Technologies. He is a serial entrepreneur and investor. Without much further ado, and with a round of applause, can we please welcome Mr. Suru to give us the opening remarks.
Brothers and friends, welcome to the Conversation Africa. The Conversation Africa is an initiative by the Legacy Youth to drive a basic conversation for predictable progress for Africa, starting with Nigeria. Apology, I think I'm trying to comply with COVID and I forgot to remove this. So, the Conversation Africa is an initiative by Legacy Youth Fellowship to create an engaging platform for engaging conversation, to drive conversation that will end up giving us a predictable progress for Africa starting with Nigeria. From the word of the report, which says that the light of a new day with an unimaginable and unpredictable future must become fully present to a deeper truth. What deeper truth? The truth that must come from not just from our head but from our heart. The truth that must not be on our ego, but the truth that must be from the higher source. And that higher source, when we look at Africa, is that we are blessed. We are blessed with many human and natural resources. But we are blessed also with vast majority of these resources that are the sources of opportunity. We have to make accurate rather than simplistic diagnosis approach that we have done. A continent which should be a better and a richer and a fuller for everyone, that providing opportunity according to one's ability, size and hope of aspiration. But where we are today, we have many problems. You look at left, you look at right, not just for Nigeria but across Africa. The challenges before us are not to be agonized, but they are obvious. We all can see them. We all can look at them. We all can point fingers to them. But solving them is the TCA Africa. That is the Conversation Africa. But if we look at this problem in solving them, we have to deliberately and intentionally bring out our ideas, the best of ideas, bring out our best in catalyzing change for the continent, so that we can produce the best for the world and also produce the profit from the land for everyone. However, when you look at every 10 black Africans, when you look at 10 Africans in Nigeria, you will see that one is Nigeria. And also 5 out of that are nothing but a Nigerian. Nigeria is pivotal to Africa, and therefore the success of Nigeria will trigger, not only also accelerate, but bring a predictable progress to Africa. This is TCA. This is Conversation Africa. Nigeria is at the crossroads. When we look at everything that is happening around us today, last week, every month, news, when you check everything, you look at we are at the crossroad. That crossroad is a fall. It can be at the fall of cliff fall. Also, it can also help us to climb higher to the mountain of affluence internally, or also abroad we can influence and become influencers starting from Africa. Check. We are close. We are close to progress. We are, and we have to carefully navigate our way to arrive at our desired status. of hearing this phrase, like that when they carry that. But however, we have weak institutions. Poverty around, insecurity everywhere. 90 million of Nigerians lives on $500 naira per day, which is $1. 30 million of Nigerians do not have access to clean water, despite the predictable and also effort that have been made by our government. Despite that we have water, despite that we have natural resources, thermal, despite that we have wind and solar, almost 80 million Nigerians do not have access to electricity. But if you look at all these macroeconomies, they are challenging. However, they are also great opportunity for us. They are great opportunity because our country is great. Our country is great and blessed. When you look at our country, we are blessed with many human resources and natural resources. We are blessed. We are endowed with diverse of crops, agricultural, from the north to the south. We are blessed. We are blessed, and that is why at the beginning, it was an evidence that when you look at the south, the western region, you will see the cocoa production. When you look at the eastern region, you will see the palm oil. When you look at the northern region, you will see the granite pyramid. All these combined gave us the predictive progress that we have at the beginning. That's why our nation did not start this way. And our nation cannot continue this way. We have over 35 million of natural resources in commercial quantity. The youth of our nation, they are our advantage. They are not the problem. They are minorities in the north. They are not the problem. They are all our advantage. They are the advantage that can help us to become the top destination for us to become the top destination for foreign investment in Africa. They are opportunity because the youth are actually the backbone of every nation. They can use technology to transform anything. And we have seen it without the help of government. We have seen it. We have seen it, that if we tap into our crop, diversity of our crop, from the north to the south, we can feed our people. Not only feed our people, it can become what we export to other countries and feed even the entire Africa and export this to the world. In putting this together, that is what will help us for the economic upliftment that we need for our people. That is what will help us to get to a state where Africa can take its stage in the world. But Africa cannot take its stage if Nigeria, the giant of Africa, cannot hold on to responsibility and transform the abundance of resources that we have to create wealth for us. In putting this framework together, for us to enjoy what belongs to our nation, the conversation Africa is now for us to have a Nigeria that works for all of the time. TCA is not seeking to be different. It is designed to be practical through engaging communication that will help us create a community model that will poise and harness solutions deliberately and intentionally and address our fundamental incrementally until we have continental development agenda, until we have national development agenda, until we have state development agenda, and until we have local government development agenda that bring our people from the bottom up to the top. And joining us today to start that conversation is Melvin Azeta, award-winning and multi-talented engineer, a young Nigerian championing the cause of natural development in the oil sector. Joining us today is Ndidi Ununeli, who is not just an entrepreneur, but a philanthropist who has been championing a lot of causes through Leap Africa. And also, he has 25 years of experience in international development. Joining us today is Pastor Koju, who is the senior pastor of Transformational Church, one of the leading transformational churches in Nigeria. And for 13 or 14 years, he has been adding his voice through the platform initiative to add voice to the national progress of our nation. Joining us today is Adenika Ogunlewesi, who, from selling clothes from his car booth, built international brand, a global international brand in fashion industry. Joining us today as our chief host is our own deserving overseer, a nation builder, a statesman, a transformation leader, the serving overseer of the Citadel Global Community Church, the inaugural chairman of the Advisory Council of the Africa Office of the Royal Commonwealth of United Kingdom. The Nigeria of our dream is a Nigeria that must work for all. And if it is to become a Nigeria of our dream, then it is up to us. Fathers, mothers, brothers, sisters, friends, this is the conversation Africa. It starts with me. Welcome to the Conversation Africa.
Thank you very much, Mr. Suru, for that amazing opening remark. And without much further ado, ladies and gentlemen, it is time for us to glean from history and the intellectual expertise of our speakers here today on the way forward for our dear nation, Nigeria. I would like to welcome up on stage Mr. Shehu Okimbaloye, who will be our moderator for today. He is a political correspondent at Channels Television and a multiple award-winning political and investigative journalist. His experience in the broadcast industry spans over a decade. Shehun's reports have elicited government attention to seemingly forgotten communities and abandoned developmental projects. Shehun hosts Sunday's Politics and Politics Today, two of Nigeria's most watched political programs. Ladies and gentlemen, again, can we please put our hands together for Mr. Shehun Okimbaloye. Thank you very much for joining us. It is an honor to have you. Mr. Shehun will go ahead to invite our speakers and also our keynote speaker. Thank you.
All right. Can I use the microphone? Am I on now? Okay, great. Thank you, everyone. I must sincerely thank you for the opportunity to be here today. And I do not take it lightly. Thank you so much for this opportunity. God bless Nigeria. I think we should start now. Shall we? Yes. Great. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Mrs. Adenike Ogunlesi. Thank you very much. We know her now, rough and tumble, wherever you see that brand, it comes to mind quality and an international brand, a fashion icon. Mr. Ogunlesi, welcome. Welcome with me also, Pastor Poju Oyemade, the platform.
Thank you, man.
Pastor Poju is not a Nigerian brand, but he's a global brand. Thank you so much, Pastor Poju, for being here today.
Thank you very much.
Another woman that makes us proud whenever we hear her name is Mrs. Ndidi Onwuneli. Please welcome her. All right. I guess she's not here at the moment, but we'll move on. Please welcome Mervyn Azeta, another woman that is blazing the trail. An award-winning Nigerian energy professional and intersectional advocate, multi-talented engineer and presidential scholar with almost a decade of industry. If your legs are not weary, please stand up and welcome the father of the house, the nation builder as they call him, and the chief host of the Conversation Africa, the serving overseer of the Citadel Global Community Church and the convener Save Nigeria Group, Pastor Tunde Bakare. Please, may we have our seats? It's a conversation that is asking us the big question. If it is to be, it is up to me. Before we start the conversation, this is going to be a conversation. It's not a speech. It's not a classroom environment. It's a conversation on how we can get our nation out of this doldrum, out of this quagmire. But I'd like to ask you 10 questions, brief 10 questions, not to the panelists, but to you, wherever you may be watching across the globe, and if you are in this room, these questions are for you. And I'd like that you be sincere with these questions. Open his Great. All right. Before we get to that, the questions, I have my questions. They are not tough, they are simple questions. But before we get to that, let me invite our father in the house, Pastor Tunde Bakare, for his opening speech. Oh, you want me to do that? Oh, great. Thank you, sir. So the questions I have for you, and I'd like us to respond by yes or no. So by the voice votes, it will tell us where we are and whether or not we're in the right direction. Do you feel a sense that Nigeria is in trouble? Do you feel a sense that Nigeria is in a well? We are familiar with well, where you draw water from, for some of us who were born and grew up in the village. Perhaps too deep to get out of. Okay, let me take the question again so that we can make up our mind, because it's very critical for us to set the template on which we are going to write tonight. This afternoon. I'm very used to night, so that's why. Permit me. Do you feel a sense that Nigeria is in a well perhaps too deep to get out of? Do you feel a sense that we might not get someone to get us out? Do you feel a sense that sometimes it looks like we might be out, but we are getting in more trouble, and rather than get out, we appear to be in deeper quagmire? Do you feel God loves Nigeria? Now, let me talk to you as a Christian. Do you as a Christian, and not as a Nigerian now, just remove your passport, put it in your back pocket. Do you think that God can save us in Nigeria? Now, I don't want you not to be a Christian, but put back your Nigerian toga. Do you believe in the Nigerian dream? Let me say it again. Do you believe in the Nigerian dream? Okay. Is there a Nigerian dream? Do you know the Nigerian dream? Okay. Is there a confusion in the house about the Nigerian dream? Maybe we will find it out. Do you know that God can save us, but it is up to you to fix? Let me ask that question again, because it's going to be very important. Do you think, or do you know that God can save us, but perhaps He will not come out as God, but it's up to you to fix? Okay. Do you think our salvation as a nation is dependent on getting the right leadership? Do you know that you may be the one that will help fix these problems? Do you know that you are the leadership Nigeria needs? Do you think that the time is now? Ladies and gentlemen, that's the opportunity for us to get Pastor Tunde Bakare to give us the opening speech.
Praise the Lord. Somebody praise the Lord. Our distinguished panelists, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, Nigeria was again thrown into mourning yesterday when its 21st Chief of Army Staff, Lieutenant General Ibrahim Atahiru, along with 6 senior officers and 4 crew members, perished in our own land in an air crash in Kaduna. They left Abuja for Kaduna to prepare for Zaria, landing in Kaduna to go to Zaria to prepare for today's personal parade. But while on active duty, their plane crashed and they all died. Let's stand to our feet for a minute's silence for these warriors died yesterday. May their noble and patriotic souls rest in peace. You may be seated. I welcome you all to the inaugural event of the Conversation Africa series. It is fitting that it is holding at the Citadel, home to the consummate nation builders of the Citadel Global Community Church. And I commend the Legacy Youth Fellowship, the torchbearers of the new Nigeria, for their contributions towards enriching the national discourse in the quest to build a great nation. This initiative is entirely yours. I just was invited by you to be a keynote speaker, and I want to tremendously appreciate all that you have put into this program. I recall that this program was earlier slated for November 2020 on the heels of the awakening of our nation by an unprecedented rallying of Nigerian youths around the #EndSARS protests, but had to be rescheduled due to emergent circumstances. Let me therefore use this opportunity to once again salute young Nigerians, male and female, who took it upon themselves to demand an end to police brutality encapsulated in the Special Anti-Robbery Squad, SARS again. I commiserate with the families of those Nigerian youths whose patriotism was met with brutality and who lost their lives in that historic demonstration of youth advance. I also empathize with the families of the members of the Nigerian Police Force and other law enforcement agencies who were killed by the misguided elements that hijacked the EndSARS protests, thereby precipitating the unfortunate anticlimax of a worthy curse. As patriots, we have a responsibility to ensure that the nation that these Nigerians died for does not go down the drain. You may recall that as this event unfolded, we took a stand amidst other voices of reason and changed the SARS narrative from a state-aided robbery squad to a strategic agenda for a restructured state. While condemning the descent into violence and the senseless attacks on security outposts by enraged Nigerians, we took the side of the Nigerian people and spoke in defense of the Nigerian youth because the signs were indicative that our nation was on the brink of a state of emergency. 7 months later, as our nation is confronted with a cocktail of delicate issues that border on the survival and destiny of the Nigerian state, and as divergent opinions saturate the civic space, it has become all the more pertinent to create platforms of reasoning. Thank God that Pastor Kojo Imade is here. Thank you for your pioneering efforts with the platform. How many of you agree that we need more platforms like that so that we can dialogue and we can breed ideas and cross-fertilize them? Let's appreciate Pastor Kojo Imade one more time. This is why I commend the Legacy Youth Fellowship on this occasion of the flag off of the Conversation Africa series. There is no gainsaying the fact that the present condition of our nation is a paradox of gargantuan proportions. We have the 8th largest proportion of arable land in the world, with about 34 million hectares of land available for agriculture, yet we are 98 out of 107 countries on the Global Hunger Index. We have the 11th largest proven oil reserves in the world, And at a point, Nigeria was the world's 6th largest oil producer. Yet we rely on imported refined petroleum products as our domestic refineries continue to attempt to fly with one wing. With a median age of 18.1, our country has one of the most youthful populations in the world and a potentially vibrant, productive workforce. Yet, we also have one of the highest rates of unemployment in the world at 33%. We have over 34 commercially viable solid mineral deposits, with each state of the Federation endowed with diverse mineral resources. Yet, every month, the 36 states of the Federation go to Abuja with cap in hand to receive pocket money, technically known as allocations, from the Federation account, without which they cannot survive. We are one of the most religious countries in the world, yet we are among the front runners in negative indices, from the Corruption Perception Index to the Mystery Index. At independence, Nigeria was considered Africa's beacon of hope, a nation that will bring stability and peace to Africa. Yet, 6 decades later, our nation is breakdancing on the tightrope of faulty foundations. The Nigerian landscape is overrun by criminal gangs. We eat news of cold-blooded murder for breakfast, wars of homegrown terrorism for lunch, and tales of moonlight abductions for dinner. Students of secondary and tertiary institutions have become targets in an audacious criminal enterprise, even as secessionists launch daring attacks on institutions of state, and as swaths of Nigerian territory fall into the hands of terrorists. Yet in the midst of these gloomy indices, I'm reminded of the words of Sir Winston Churchill: the price of greatness is responsibility. The alarming state of our nation calls for the concerted efforts of patriots, young and old. We must take responsibility for the destiny of Nigeria. A transgenerational conversation around pathways to national redemption has become all the more necessary because the answers protest energize the political consciousness of a generation, so that critical questions are now being asked without fear or favor. I'm referring to the Sorosoke phenomenon, typified by a breed of audacious young Nigerians primed to challenge the status quo. Young Nigerians are asking why a country so rich wears the inglorious badge of the poverty capital of the world. They are asking why a country whose citizens have been appointed to lead at the highest levels in other countries has failed to produce the right kind of leaders for itself. Young Nigerians are asking why they have to be subjected to a system that stifles innovation in the 21st century when the world is fast embracing a digital economy. They are asking why they have to queue for days and weeks at the offices of National Identity Management Commission to obtain their national identification number, and why several aspects of our national life are still stubbornly technology averse, when from the comfort of their homes and internet-enabled devices, they conduct sensitive financial transactions across the globe, initiate the process of raising millions of dollars for their fintech startups, participate in global stock markets, enroll in international programs, and rally the world around noble causes. The young people of this nation have also been asking why a country with predominantly a youthful population, with over 65% under 25 years old, has a cabinet where the average age of a minister is 61 years old, and there is no cabinet minister below 35 years old. They are angered by the fact that by the time their clamor for inclusion of younger Nigerians in the cabinet seemed to be heeded, they were handed one with the baggage of pantomism. Indeed, since the answers protest, young Nigerians have continued to challenge the status quo from a generational perspective. They are asking why they have a president who is nearly 80 years old, when youth form the bulk of the voting population. They point to the Emmanuel Macron phenomenon that saw the emergence of a 39-year-old president in France. They remind us of Oleksiy Onkaruk, who became Prime Minister of Ukraine at 35, and who was appointed by the then 41-year-old President Volodymyr Zelensky. They remind us of El Salvador's Nayib Bukele, who became President of his country at 37, of Carlos Quezada, who became President of Costa Rica at 38, and of Jacinda Ardern, a woman who was voted Prime Minister of New Zealand in 2017 at the age of 37. Consequently, we have seen determined young Nigerians fired up and ready to take their country back from the so-called gerontocrats. Do I have them in the house today? I can't hear. Do I have them in the house today? From talks of a youth party to agitations for a young person as president, the Nigerian youth seem convinced about the way forward for Nigeria. As I've said in the past, this awakening of social-political consciousness among the youth is a positive development. However, even as our nation is confronted with renewed agitations for youth participation from the cohort we may refer to as Youth One, we also hear the drumbeats of war coming from Youth Two, a distressed, discontented, and indebted cohort of young Nigerians, many of whom do not have the privilege of education or exposure as though the first cohort. The members of the Youth 2 cohort are not too keen on seminars and conversation, and as such, you will not find them at events such as this. Incidentally, they are the ones who have decided the outcomes of your elections. It was this cohort that in effect ended the NSAS protest on an anticlimactic note. Some of them are behind the chaos on the streets and in communities across Nigeria. In the north, the Youth 2 cohort are the Almajiris who have roamed the streets for decades without a guarantee of survival. Some of them have taken to banditry, while others have found a leader in Abubakar Shekau, the cat with 9 lives who has reportedly been killed 9 times and have become foot soldiers for Boko Haram. In the southeast, some of them have trooped after the indigenous people of Biafra, IPOL. They have found a leader in Nnamdi Kanu, enrolled in Eastern Security Network, and are unleashing mayhem on state institutions. In the southwest, where you call them area boys, some of them have found leadership in the likes of MC Oluomo. More recently, some of them have trooped after Sunday Adeyemo, also known as Sunday Igboho. While some of you among the Youth One cohort are talking about a youth party and a young president for Nigeria, the leading voices in the Youth 2 cohort have warned that elections will not hold in their domains. Meanwhile, some in the same Youth 2 cohort have pledged allegiance to political godfathers ahead of the next elections. Do you see a potpourri, mixed bag of emotions and the challenges ahead of us? Amidst this proliferation of voices, I'm reminded of a Yoruba proverb, Bomode ba shubu, awowaju, bi agba ba shubu, ẹ̀yìn ló ń wò. When a child falls, he looks forward, but when an elder falls, he looks back. At the risk today of kindling your annoyance, permit me to take you back to our national history and point you to a fact that you may not have taken note of before now. The fact that youth brought us where we are. May I say that again for emphasis? That it was the youth of Nigerians that brought us where we are. To buttress this assertion, permit me to refer to excerpts of a keynote address I prepared for the Emerging Political and Economic Leaders Summit held on Tuesday, May 8, 2018 at the Yaradua Center, Abuja, with the theme, The Nigeria of Our Dream, between the generation that destroyed Nigeria and the generation that will fix it. I could not honor that invitation as my mother passed away 3 days before, but I was represented by my able sister, Dr. Obi Ezekwesili. A portion of that address reads, and I quote, "The Nigerian dream, the one that Sheon Kimbaloye was just asking you about, The Nigerian dream was etched in creeds, written in our founding documents. It was crafted in speeches made by our founding fathers. It was chorused in the lyrics of our founding anthem. It was painted in the columns of our national flag. It was organized in the design of our coat of arms. It inspired hope. It stirred up patriotism. It gave us a promise of a prosperous nation where no one is oppressed and where though tribes and tongues may differ, in brotherhood we should stand as one great nation. It gave us a reason to proudly say to Africa and the world, I'm Nigerian. But today it appears that the dream is dead. The apparent death of the dream began with an ailment when some of our founding politicians, some young and some not so young, began to drift away from the tenets of that dream through questionable conduct. The ailment became terminal when some young, energetic, and revolutionary army officers, mostly in their 20s, gave a death blow to the democratic process. The dream finally died on May 24, 1966, when a 31-year-old head of state destroyed the foundation of federalism and made Nigeria a unitary system. The dream was placed in a coffin when young, vengeful army officers launched a counter-coup, killed fellow army officers, paved the way for a program, and plunged the nation into a civil war. The funeral ceremony of the dream was conducted when once again young and zealous army generals in their 30s overthrew the government in the mid-1970s and in their bid to sanitize the system, destroyed the institution of a meritorious civil service, expropriated and nationalized multinational corporations without compensation, and destroyed international investor confidence. One of those young generals will go on to impoverish Nigerians with the Land Use Act, bungle the transition process, and set a political precedent where the best candidate does not win elections in Nigeria. The coffin of the dream was laid in the grave in 1983 when the democratic experiment was again upturned by young revolutionary army generals in their early 40s. I hope you are following the age, 20s, 30s, 40s. These young men, in a bid to discipline the system, subjected the economy and the people to excessively harsh conditions. The dust was then thrown upon the dream by a smiling army general then in his 40s. In a bid to reverse the policies of his predecessor, he weakened the naira, wrecked social infrastructure, shattered the educational system. He will eventually annul an election that was considered free and fair. The epithet was written on the grave of the dream by the most brutal dictator in Nigeria's history, a 50-year-old dark goggle-wearing general who, like his predecessors, had been in the system from his early 20s. All others who came subsequently, including the returning retired generals, have failed to repair the broken down structures and have simply been laying wreaths on the grave year after year. Young Nigerian patriots, you can see from this brief recourse to history that Nigeria was brought to its current state not necessarily by gerontocrats, but by mostly young Nigerians, some of whom had been actively involved in governance from their 20s, 30s, and 40s, and some who are still relevant even now. It is why I say that the youth, in a sense, brought us here. However, as optimistic as I can be, I'm of the considered opinion that youth will also take us out of the present predicament. In stating this, I'm reminded of the words of Robert F. Kennedy, then United States Attorney General at the University of Cape Town, South Africa, in 1966. He said, and I quote, "Our answer is to rely on youth. The cruelties and obstacles of this swiftly changing planet will not yield to obsolete dogmas and outworn slogans. It cannot be moved by those who cling to a present which is already dying, who prefer the illusion of security to the excitement and danger which comes with even the most peaceful progress. This world demands the qualities of youth, not a time of life, but a state of mind, a temper of the will, of courage over timidity, a quality of the imagination, of the appetite for adventure over the life of ease. It is young people who must take the lead. Thus, you and your young compatriots everywhere have thrust upon you a greater burden of responsibility than any generation that has ever lived. He continued, there is, said an Italian philosopher, nothing more difficult to take in hand, more perilous to conduct, or more uncertain in its success than to take the lead in the introduction of a new order of things. Yet, this is the measure of the task of your generation. The state of our nation today calls for a radical set of values. Values that are radically different from those that created the problems we are faced with today as a nation. It calls for a new set of ideas, superior ideas to the ones that led us to this wilderness. It calls for a new set of competencies, skills, and attributes that can tackle the problems associated with building such a diverse nation in the 21st century. This places a demand on our nation to harness the qualities of youth, to prioritize human capital development, to provide a conducive environment for enterprise capacity building with a focus on vocational skills, to make the economic environment conducive for innovation, to make technology accessible to the generality of Nigerian youths, and to bridge the inclusiveness gap between Youth 1 and Youth 2 in order to give every Nigerian a reason to feel included in Project Nigeria. For those of you who have relative privilege, it places a demand on you to imbibe the spirit of social innovation and become champions of positive causes, so that within your respective spheres of influence, you can give direction to a generation in their need of leadership. In preparation for this keynote address, I had the opportunity to exchange thoughts and ideas with a dear cousin of mine, Dr. Funshaw Pampa, in the UK, and his analysis of our history and current situation is worth sharing as a frame for analyzing our key challenges. He classified the players in our polity into two broad categories, namely ants and termites, and explained the role of each in nation building. It takes ants to build and termites to destroy. For far too long, our leaders have behaved like termite kings, always on the lookout for something to consume. Our people have also adopted this mentality. Secession appears to be the solution to them because it gives the termites more control over what they can eat and destroy in the short term, and there's no thought about building a better nation for our grandchildren to enjoy in the long term. The answer does not lie in secession. It lies in adopting the ant mentality, in collaborating to build communities of shared resources, in sacrificing some of today's benefits and pleasures in the interest of bequeathing a nation fit for generations yet unborn. Nation building requires unity of purpose over a sustained period of time. Is the Nigerian democracy as presently constituted capable of delivering this unity of purpose over a sustained period? I think not. Even if you had this unity of purpose and a leadership structure committed to delivering a consistent focus on nation building, do we have a viable blueprint to follow? Instead of plucking the low-hanging fruits of secession, this is the time for our leaders and thinkers to answer the following questions. What constitutional foundation will underpin the leadership structure that can deliver unity of purpose over a sustained period of time? Number two, what question or what blueprint for nation building should we develop and adopt that will take us from where we are today to where we will be proud for our grandchildren to be? This is the time for true leaders to come forward, visionary leaders with an altruistic gaze, leaders who can articulate and communicate a compelling vision to the people, thereby giving the people hope and courage to press on in spite of difficulties. Leaders who can organize the people to take on the most basic and the most complex tasks of nation building. As we dialogue today on the way forward, I say to the young patriots gathered here, and the not so young who have come because they too have a part in the work of nation building, I say to you all, we stand at the intersection of the past and a possible future. A future where young Nigerian job seekers are not murdered and discarded in shallow graves. A future defined by equity, justice, security, peace and harmony, not ransoms. Where road, power and water supply systems serve, not stifle. Where quality schools and hospitals are accessible to every Nigerian on Nigerian soil, not in Accra, Dubai, New Delhi, Toronto or London. Where every single Nigerian dream is given the enabling environment to become flesh, not starve into oblivion. Where maybe, just maybe, made in Nigerian goods can become the global gold standard of quality and creative ingenuity, not pariah goods to be avoided like the plague. I'm glad we have Mrs. Ogunlesi here. She will say and add more to that later. Is this the generation that will serve Nigeria with all its strength, defend our unity, and uphold our honor and glory as my late auntie, Professor Felicia Adeyoyin, expressed the Nigerian pledge she composed? Is this the generation that will cross the threshold of audacity no other generation before it has crossed, and convince the future that there is room for it in the present? Is this the generation that will breathe life into these dry bones and command them to live again? The Nigerian dream has been asleep, waiting for destiny and courage to kiss. Is this the generation that will strangle it while it sleeps? Or is this the generation that will rouse it awake? It is up to you, and it's up to me to decide the way forward. Thank you for listening.
Wow, what a way to start. It looks to me Nigeria will be 61 this year. What we're trying to do in this room, from what the organizers have put together, looks like we want to take this 61-year-old country into this surgery room and surgically remove the problems and fix it back and put it out like a youth that Pastor Tunde Bakari has described that can live the Nigerian dream. Before we get the conversation started, there are 5 segments of which we will try to put the problems of Nigeria into those segments and try to find solutions to them. But I stand to debate with anyone when you lay the premise about how the problems of this country started. And I dare to say that the problem of this country is about how the military had structured it. So a lot of people have argued a unitary system in a federal flesh, that's what we run. But the military are known to run a system where you only answer to the top. So that's why the state will run to the center for pocket money the way you describe it. And so in 1998, when they were talking about going into the Fourth Republic, who were the people that were forming the political parties? They were the guys who got out of the barracks that formed the political parties. And if you try to dissect it, from 1999 up until now, there is no regime that the military did not take active role and not actively involved, from the Senate president to the president, even the governor. Some of them are former military guys. And so the only way they know how to run things is to do SAR to the center. And so if we are going to solve this problem tonight, this afternoon or this morning, we need to look at it from that point of view also, that there is a clique that has held on to the future of this country, and we need to take it back. I don't know where you belong. You might be the Yoruba guy who think that we need to separate. You might be the Hausa guy who think that we need to go our different ways. You might think like an Igbo man who is thinking that this country is no longer working? Are you that kind of person that easily give up on this country? I'm not that kind of person that will give up on this country. This country is great. We will fix it. It will be good for us. It will be good for you and for our children. Let's get the conversation started. The American dream may be the West's most desired soft power, ideal to millions of people around the world with a culture of innovation and openness. Likewise, Asia is fast becoming a vibrant global innovation hub, positively impacting different sectors of its economy, driving better business climax, improving access to quality education and healthcare, to leisure and travel, affording its citizens opportunities that those in previous generations did not have. Our first set of conversation is on nationhood and nationalism. So, let me start with you, ma'am. Nations like Singapore, Malaysia, UAE, despite having had similar history and trajectories with Nigeria, have proven that there are possibilities of growth and an increased standard of life for its citizens. Why have we had a continuous decline in our economy?
So, good afternoon, everyone. And thank you very much, sir, for inviting me to this absolutely beautiful. I don't think I've ever been in an auditorium as beautiful as this in Nigeria. So, while it is a compliment, it is also showing the rest of Nigeria what is actually possible for us to do if we believe in our own country. I was raised by a Scottish mother and an Ijebu father. My Scottish mother came to Nigeria with nothing and knowing nobody except my father. So I was raised from my youth to believe that this is my country. Though the color of my skin may be a little bit different to the rest of the world, I will always be a black woman, and I am a proud black woman. Even more importantly, I am a proud Nigerian. For me, the story of Singapore is the most inspirational story about nation building. Lee Kuan Yew was a young man. Singapore, there were Chinese, there are Malayans, there's a cocktail of people the same way there's a cocktail of Nigerians. But this cocktail that is Nigeria is so beautiful and diverse in its culture. I will give you an example. In my church, the Catholic Church of the Presentation, we wanted to kill this spirit of I am from South this, I am from this place, I am from that place. It was a new church. It was a new parish. We wanted to know who are the parishioners. How do we get to know one another beyond I am an Igbo man, I'm a Yoruba woman, and all that? We decided, let us celebrate our different cultures. So the people that are from the Middle Belt, from Jos, came with dancers that were Tiv. Have you ever seen the Wenge Wenge or whatever that dance is called? Have you seen how people can contort their bodies? Have you eaten the foods? There is no country in West Africa that has the richness of taste in food like Nigeria does. We have so much going for us. We brought foods from all the different parts of Nigeria. We brought dancers. We brought masquerades. We celebrated the culture of who we are. Because we must acknowledge individually who we are before we can sit as a collective to say, what is the dream? What is the vision? Where do we want to go with this nation called Nigeria? And this is what Lee Kuan Yew did in Singapore. Yes, culturally they're different. Religiously they're different. But they decided to choose one national language. They decided to have one unitary system of education. Because through that education, you have the minds of the young people that you will program for success and unity instead of disunity. Through the education, you instill the disciplines, the culture. What does that country stand for? Germany is known for precision. What are we in Nigeria known for apart from 419? And yet, individually, Nigerians are doing amazing things all over the world. What is the cause of this? Why, as individuals, can we stand and be distinguished and do distinguishing things, and yet we fail as a nation to stand together to be able to achieve and dominate, which I believe Nigeria has the capacity to do? Nigerians are intelligent, Nigerians are well-read, Nigerians are capable. So where is the disconnect? It comes back to some of the things you said, sir. Leadership. But where did the leadership come from? Yes, the leaders were one youth, but they had parents. What were the parents doing? What were the parents feeding the youth? How were they growing the mindset of the youth? A fixed mindset or an agile, flexible, able mindset that was ready to stand up for country and do anything for country? Not the man from my tribe. Not the woman from my tribe. For us to build a nation, we have to sit together. And I totally agree with you, sir. This thing of everybody going their way is a cheap cop-out. It is going to be a difficult job. It is going to be a difficult task. It's going to be a difficult conversation, but it's a conversation we must have. It is a conversation we must have. And I must thank you for having this conversation. It will be painful. We must apologize for the war in the East. We must apologize for the things that we failed to do as leaders. We failed to be responsible. We failed to be accountable. How then do we expect the youth to know what to do and to do the right thing?
All right.
It's not possible.
Yeah.
How is it possible?
Absolutely.
I don't know. Do you think it's possible? I don't know.
Please, another round of applause for her, please. I'm going to come to a point where, when we were talking about, I was asking the questions, you were asking me if there is anything like a Nigerian dream. Let me quickly go to Pastor Koju. Pastor Koju has created this platform where Nigerian leaders, some of we may never hear them speak their minds on some of the problems of this country. And perhaps, since we're talking about nationhood, the Nigerian dream, is there anything as Nigerian dream?
If there's a Nigerian, you can hear me. All right. If there's a Nigerian dream, we should all know the Nigerian dream. Yes. So if we don't know what this Nigerian dream is, if you ask everybody, go into a room, what's Nigerian dream? People will come out with different things. So I do not think that the Nigerian dream, yes, many people have different dreams of what they want to do, but the Nigerian dream as a nation is properly defined, not just intellectually, but in the consciousness of Nigerians. Because if you create a vision for people, then what you're going to create is going to be unity among the people. Once you don't see unity among people and everybody's talking all this, I'm going to my place, all right, that shows that there is no well-defined Nigerian dream. Because when you said Nigerian dream, she said, what's the dream? And I, under my breath, said, what exactly is this dream? Right? So the clear-cut Nigerian dream, you go to a company, you ask anybody in company, what's the vision of this company? They tell you straight what's the vision of the company. All right? You ask the average Nigerian who is well-educated, what is the Nigerian dream? He will ask you, what exactly are you talking about? All right? So, personally, I don't think Nigeria's problem is as complex as as the way it's been played out. If we can get right people into leadership, and they can just for 1 year do things in a direction. Listen, if people land in an airport and they see the airport, just an airport, working efficiently like any airport in the world, Nigerians are not difficult to lead. They will rally around that person. Once they begin to see those signs, they will rally around the person. People will ginger, or people will say, look, there's hope, let us do things. The people in diaspora will say, look, something is going on in Nigeria. You begin to see the momentum move, all right, in that particular direction. But it must start by, like we've said here, this is a church, all right,
the vision of this church is clear. Everybody in this church will know something about the vision of the church. Everybody has that in their mind. If we can create this kind of thing in this country, then I'm sure if we get people into the right leadership, we'll get into it. I think the problem is the best brains did not go into the leadership of this country. They left it for military officers. They were in universities, they were pursuing their own personal goals until they realized the importance of politics as a cancer that now affected every other thing that was going on within the country. And by the time they realized, for that generation, it was too late. All right. So the younger generation now must understand that they have to get integrated into the political structures of this country. That is the only hope. Wow. Because I wonder that if you're traveling into Nigeria, maybe from JFK or from Atlanta or from London, Nigerians are perhaps the most composed and comported human beings you can find. They will put the trash in the trash can. They will get their coffee and their coffee cup. They will put it after taking it in the right places, and they will behave. They will be on the queue. That's when they are traveling with other nationalities or other nationals. But when Nigerians are traveling on Delta from Atlanta to Nigeria, and the whole of the airplane is filled with Nigeria, that is when you will know that we are Nigerians. This food when you give me, I beg come out. As soon as you are landing in Nigeria, you will know that you have landed in our country. But this same set of people, you were seated at the airport outside of Nigeria, but they will behave differently. So, Pastor Bakare, there was a time that when I was growing up, they would tell us, don't go into politics as a child of God. It's a dirty thing. It got to a point in time that we were being told that we need to go there and fix things. And the question I'd like to ask you, do you think the absence of a national vision has kept Nigeria from making positive progression towards the future?
There's no nation without founding fathers. The struggle for independence, the challenges those leaders went through, they were all captured in so many volumes. But the moment history was taken out of our curriculum, people do not even recognize that we had what you can call the Nigerian dream and the vision for a great country like Nigeria. If you had take the time to study the 1963 Constitution, don't go back to 60, the Republican Constitution, and see all that is contained therein about the purpose of government, what this nation stands to gain from being orderly, from being a just society, they are all lost. Let me share this with you. I heard you when you were talking about the military, that, oh yes, they easily plug Nigeria into a unitary system because of their command structure. But everything they did was lawless. Everything they did was illegal. They violated the norm and the laws that established our country as a nation, and they got away with it. And from that moment till now, lawlessness has been part of our culture. I shared a Yoruba proverb earlier. Is this not the same country we grew up in? All my education was in this country. Primary school, secondary school, university. I've had the privilege of teaching and lecturing in universities outside of Nigeria. But I got my education from here. Was there no dream back then? Did you ever watch Prime Minister Abubakar Tafawa Balewa on his first state visit to America? How he stood there and was talking about this nation. You could see the joy and the pride. And then the years of the locusts came in and they destroyed everything that the founding fathers. They were not perfect. They were human. But some of the things they did, even with the oil boom, we've not been able to accomplish. Rather, we have destroyed those foundational things, and now our house is built on a rickety foundation. That's the problem we are having. And if you think the solution will come from the same people, then we have a long time to wait. Because if they do not understand any other way to do it than the way they have done it, then we need a new crop of leaders who understand nation building, not just politics, not just every 4-year election. Look, how many times have our leaders sat together and said, Vision 2020. Until 2020 we'll get here and nothing has been accomplished. Vision 3030. All those things are just put on paper. Ants build, termites destroy and consume. We need a change. And you know, the people that can make it happen are the citizens of this country. When I was dressing up this morning, it was like adrenaline was going through my veins again. And I'll tell you why. I can't recall when last I wore a vest like this, other than at the time of Save Nigeria group. And I felt like marching again. I felt like saying, nation, we can do it. Let's come together. Let's tell these people enough is enough. Because sovereignty is in the hands of the people, and an average Nigerian has a vision of an orderly society, of a peaceful society. Ma'am, I didn't grow up in Lagos, but I arrived there at the age of 19, before my 19th birthday, and I've lived here for that long. My mother was partly Lagosian, but I've never claimed Lagos. But honestly, Eko akete ile ogbon, aro keke kumama yao, Eko aro misa legbe. I was sitting for my A-levels for 9 months. That was all that I spent for my A-levels. And I will be at the College of Tech, Yaba College of Tech, to study all night, cross over to Jesu Oyinbo at 1 a.m., 2 a.m. to eat. Everything was peaceful. And all of a sudden, the termites, the locusts came, and here we are now. Jackboot politics took over. And everyone who acted or served in this nation, either as head of state or as president from the military era, please, let's calculate their salaries for all the years of service and let's match it with what they have today. How did they come by it? Nobody's asking questions. The wealth of this nation is in the pocket of a few. We know what the vision is. We know what the dream is. By the time the people will catch the dream like Gideon, they will go to the enemy's camp and see that victory is possible.
And so, when you spoke earlier, you described how the problem started. The youth at the time were part of it. Some of those guys are still around here. And I'd like to go to you, ma'am. And the question in my mind is, during the Save Nigeria group's major protest that we saw, it was landmark, it was transformational, it was result-driven, and it was majorly the Nigerian youth that drove that conversation and that, I would call it a movement. But can we have that kind of Nigeria and that kind of the youth setup after NSAS? Because I did a long thread of tweets at a time, and I'm a journalist. I'm not supposed to express my opinion, unfortunately, but I'm a Nigerian. And I said at the time that if we do not use that opportunity to transform or change the status quo, we may not get another window. Now, NSAS has been driven down, but the scar is still there. Can we get the Nigerian youth that can march and ask for the Nigerian dream or for the Nigeria of our dream? No, Pastor, I was talking to you. Sorry, apologies.
Good afternoon, everyone. I don't know if it's Good afternoon.
No, it's not on.
Okay, before your mic. So the reason why I'm asking the question is that you are doing amazing in your field. And so you know what the Nigerian youth, Pastor Bakari may not be able to tell, Pastor Koju might not be able to tell, but we are the ones on the street. You know the minds of the average youth. That's why I asked the question.
Hello, everyone.
Oh, great.
Good afternoon, everyone, and thank you so very much for having me here. I really do appreciate Pastor Bakari and the team who put this together. It's such an honor, and I hope that I speak the voice of the youth, really speak the minds of the youth here. So I believe that the Nigeria of our dreams is possible, absolutely possible. But clearly we need to come together as a people to think through how we want this nation to go, where we want it to go. We need to work together to craft the vision of that future. We need to come together to identify the values that we must share as a people to get this vision going. We need to understand how we want to make it happen. So the strategy is very important. So far, we've had people try things. It's been really just try and error. But we really do need to sit together and think through what we want to do, what we want to achieve, clarify these goals, and work together as a people to make it happen. It pains me a lot when I go to Twitter sometimes and I see the kind of things that young people are saying out there. You know, they don't seem to understand that we are a people, Nigerians, not Igbo, not Yoruba, not Hausa. We're supposed to work together as a people to make Nigeria happen. And I think that sense of responsibility needs to be built in everyone, understanding that we're not going to make it happen by just doing our own stuff in different places, in silos. We need to come together, work together to make it happen.
Wow, thank you so much. So we're going to quickly conclude this segment before we move into another segment that looks similar. But in this segment, I would like the panelists to spend just 60 seconds. And the question of nationhood, nationalism, the Nigerian dream, the promise, and the identity. Ma'am, even 60 seconds, you can tell us, how do we go from here? We know the problems too much. Poverty, unemployment, underdevelopment, a lot of those questions are there. But like I said, we are in the surgery room, and we need to dissect this 61-year-old and find a solution. So how do we go, what do we do to make the Nigerian dream happen? 60 seconds.
Okay, so the first thing, I would say probably about 4 things very quickly. The first thing would be get clarity on the vision. What does success look like? So what is Nigeria? What does it mean to be a Nigerian? What does it mean to identify as a Nigerian? And how do I want to live as a Nigerian? What do I believe as a Nigerian? What are the belief systems and the values that I adhere to as a Nigerian, that I hold to be dear to me as a Nigerian? My passions, where would I put my energy? What actions do I need to take as a Nigerian? And on a very personal level, who do I need to become to represent the Nigeria of my dreams? Who do I need to, what responsibilities do I need to take to show the behaviors that are representative of this new Nigerian? What am I determined to do? So the third thing is my convictions. How will I be determined to prove, to show, and have the energy to go through with these actions? The fourth thing for me would be my commitment. Discipline is the foundation of all success. What disciplines am I willing to submit and subject myself to for this dream, this Nigerian dream, this unity, this identity? What do I need to submit myself to become a true representative of this new Nigerian dream? So I think for me, the next thing would be to focus. I think our energies go too much towards what's not working. We need to begin to celebrate the stories that are working. We need to focus our energies on what's working. If you put 5 Nigerians or 10 Nigerians together, after a couple of drinks, the disparaging of Nigeria begins. Yeah. Nobody finds anything good to talk about Nigeria, to say about Nigeria. I believe you. I agree with you. The problems have been made bigger than they really are. We just need to be able to sit down and shut out people who are in the name of a democracy that perhaps isn't working for us and making us promises and not performing. We need to ask for performance, not promises. Who are the people that can deliver on this vision? Who are the people that have the passion? Who are the people that have the conviction? Who are the people that have the commitment? Who will focus on all of these things, regardless of where they come from? Not Igbo, not Hausa, not Yoruba, but as you say, Nigerian. Though tongue and tribe may differ, in brotherhood we stand. Yeah. Now you know my age.
Pastor, so also, in the area I would like you to come in to answer that question is also, if it is to be, it is up to me, the identity of the Nigerian. So the individual becomes the larger, the family unit, then the society. So what do we do from here?
Let me just say this again. The Nigerian of 1960 is not the young Nigerian of today. In 1960, there were no intertribal marriages. You won't have as many as Yoruba marrying, right? When Nigeria was formed, then a lot of things began to happen. So the dream of this present Nigerian, of the young Nigerian, has to be redefined and clarified to them so that they can rally around it, because they are different creatures from who I was when I was growing up. Second thing again I see is that we must understand, so that we don't amplify this problem and get it to a place where we don't think we can solve it. There are people within the system of Nigeria that are still honest. There are people inside the political system of Nigeria that mean well. Even when Elijah was saying nobody, God told him, he said there are 7,000 prophets that have not bowed to Baal. So there are people in that system that just need the kind of leader that the young Nigerian needs today, who will speak that language, who will have the sophistication probably coming out of the business world, to know that if I put 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 things, I will spark that energy of the young Nigerian to drive that particular thing. Because if young Nigerians, let me give you an example, land again in the airport, and they see technology used in processing things, those young Nigerians are going to go on Twitter and start tweeting, Nigeria is changing, Nigeria is changing. If they begin to see trains that are working, they will start tweeting. So it's not difficult to get, so we shouldn't get overwhelmed by the few people who are bad, such that the middle majority that can be triggered, right? We shouldn't lose sight of those people. Once you get the middle majority that can be triggered and they see it, then they will get up and say, look, folks, let us go ahead with what we are doing. And then we have to carve out what will be the modern Nigeria to those people. In other words, this is what this country now stands for, and this is exactly what we want to do in this country. Because we shouldn't forget that the military came in because of civil unrest. So people were fighting. And even in the most sophisticated areas,
I remember 1979, the military coup of 1983, Nigerians were rejoicing. They were rejoicing because they felt that elections had been rigged. The military have come back. Today, I still hear people tell me maybe the military people too should still come back to solve the problem. And I say, look, we've been through this thing over and over. Let us sit down and let democratic system solve these democratic problems in the way in which it should be solved, and we will get ourselves out of this. Absolutely. Pastor Bakari, sir, we're going to go into a very interesting segment after this one, which is about leadership and governance. So I love what Pastor Opoju said, that the people that will fix this country are not expatriates. They are Nigerians. I don't like that word expatriate. Sir, where do we go from here? And the reason why I'm asking is, do we have to go back to the streets or how?
Well, Sharon, if you want to go back to the streets, you are free. I've had my own fair share of marching the streets, and you're welcome to the streets to contribute your quota. Well, in order to answer that question, let me take it from where Pastor Opoju stopped. Especially the comment that the Nigeria of 60s is not the same as now. I totally agree. A number of things have changed. But let me share with you what has helped my resolve to stay on insisting that you cannot disconnect the present and the future from the past. Here is what I'm trying to say, sir. The idea of nations and the idea of government is God's. He created the nations. He created government. Every attribute of government, call it arms of government, they are rooted in Him. Isaiah 32 says, the Lord is our judge. That's your judiciary. The Lord is our lawgiver. That's your legislature. The Lord is our king. That's your executive. He will save us. I'm not into branding a Lord. There are people who know more about it than I do. But for every brand, there are models. If you look through history and take the nation of Israel, that is so powerful today that all the surrounding nations cannot even oppress. It all started from one man called Abraham, that God said, I will make you a great nation. He gave birth to Isaac. I gave birth to Jacob. Jacob had 12 sons. The 12 sons became 12 tribes. Pastor, but today you cannot point to the tribe of God. You cannot point to the tribe of Ephraim or any of those tribes. It's one nation. How did they become one nation? What technology did God use to forge? There were civil wars. They fought among themselves. There were sons of labor. The slaves were among the mothers. There were sons of competition. They were on each other's throat like we are today. But there was one visionary guy amongst them called Joseph. And with that one visionary leader, they were brought into Egypt. And if we had gone through slavery, so they did for 400 years, see what they had become. There is a pattern in God we must not overlook. I call it the God factor. And it's not an unreasonable factor. It is God who did that for Israel, said, Israel is my son, my firstborn, not my only child. The church has a role. If God is looking down from heaven today and saying what's happening in Nigeria, he's not going to go to Azo Villa. He's not going to go to the parliament or to the National Assembly. He's going to come to you and come to me. Why? Because in order for him to go destroy Sodom and Gomorrah, he had to go and consult with Abraham. Are we truly representing him? Are we raising future leaders that will take over and not a mess that will be brought into government tomorrow and they mess up and fall? We are the Daniels. We are the Josephs that we have raised. Pastor Koju, the only time I saw in my Bible that Daniel said he fainted for many days was when he was no longer seeing a king that was given the heart of a beast, but was now dealing with a beast that was given the heart of a man. There's a clash of civilization in our country. And the solution is in our hands, like you have said. It's not going to come from outside. We have a blueprint to make these things work. Let's fix the church, because the picture of the church is a picture of the nation.
I allow Ms. Azata on submission on this particular matter. Ladies and gentlemen, please, it's a pleasure to invite our fifth panelist, Mrs. Ndidi Onwunali, the founder of Elite Africa and vice chairman of Sahel Capital, an expert on African agriculture and nutrition, a philanthropy and social innovator. Thank you so much for coming tonight, this afternoon. All right, thankful that you are here before we round off this particular segment. So allow Ms. Azati to tell us, we're talking about the Nigerian dream and the vision. How can the youth catch that?
Hello. Okay. So I would start off with identifying with what the country is going through at the moment and clearly understanding what the real solutions are. But first of all, trying to figure out what the root causes are. So in my company, when there is a problem or something has gone wrong, we take the time to investigate, figure out what the root causes of those problems were, and then try to address that. Today, not so many of the youths understand what the real problem in Nigeria is. So we perhaps need to figure out what that is and then now start tackling it. I would say this because if we truly understand that as individuals we're responsible for the kind of progress we want to see, there are certain things that we would not do. We would not perhaps, rape our own fellow youth. We would not backbite people. When we are given an assignment, we will be diligent enough to do it right and to do it well. And so if we haven't understood what the challenges are, we will definitely not be able to address it. So what I think we need to do is come together as a people, figure out how we as a people can address these problems, haven't identified the root causes, and start tackling those root causes one after the other. But taking responsibility for our nation, taking responsibility to do the right things wherever we are in our different spheres of influence, making sure that we represent what we want to see as the Nigerian of the future, as individuals doing the right thing, because a drop of water in a place creates oceans. So if each and every one of us is doing the right thing as a young person, we can scale this impact to others and influence others to do right as well. Another thing I think that we need to do is looking forward to 2023, let's be mindful of the role that we are going to play in that and take responsibility for going to get our PVCs and going out there to decide who leads us based on the kind of future we see and what the person as an individual represents, the values that they represent, and the values we really do want to see in our leaders. We need to make that happen.
Thank you very much. And so, we will conclude this segment on the Nigerian vision, the Nigerian dream, and finding the right identity before we go into the next segment, which is similar to your leadership and governance. So, Mrs. Onwunali, I'd like to know, in your own view, there's been a lot of the conversation around what is the Nigerian dream? How do we get to what we want? Is there really the vision for this country? Do we even know it? You've interacted with people on a global stage. Have you been able to tell anybody what the Nigerian dream is?
Good afternoon, everyone. First of all, I apologize for being late. It's not in my character. I was speaking at another event. I won't mention which event, but it was working with entrepreneurs that coincided with this, and I informed the organizers. So one thing I believe in is that Nigerians are on time, because that's excellence, right? And that's a value I hold dear. The reality is that globally, the current vision of Nigeria is not a positive one. In fact, the sad reality, and we saw it during I remember during the NSAS movement, listening to CNN, and they interviewed a former diplomat and asked, why isn't the rest of the world concerned about what's happening in Africa and in Nigeria in particular? And he said, well, frankly, Nigeria doesn't matter to the rest of the world. I heard it and I said, well, that's a wake-up call for us. Because we are under the illusion that we're the biggest, blackest, baddest country in the world. And the sad reality is, unless we get our act together, we're not going to be reckoned with. Our size doesn't matter. Now, I'll just tell you that when I went to the US in the early 90s as a young child, I remember how Indians and Chinese were treated. And in the last 20 years, 30 years, I've seen a change. Why? Because those countries have become dominant economic forces in the world. They have, in the last 30 years, shaped their economies to become world-class. India, in terms of pharmaceuticals, in terms of technology, is outstanding. They've also produced the top CEOs of the top 100 companies in the world. When we look at them, quite a few are Indian. And I go to India on a regular basis because I sit on a board there. And I remember one visit to India, I was at the immigration, and the immigration officer said to me, what are you coming to do? I said, I'm coming for a board meeting. And he said, which company? I told him. And he said, oh, I buy stocks of this company. What do you think? Do you think it's going to do well, or should I continue to invest? And I thought to myself, how different is it when I land in Nigeria? And I landed in Nigeria. The immigration officer did not talk to me about stocks or bonds or investments. He said, Auntie, what do you have for me? Now, do you see the difference? Now, what did India invest in? Education. Education. And they didn't wait to have buildings. They started educating people under trees. Are we saying India is I'm not using the US or UK. I'm not even using Singapore. I'm saying India. 30% of household income in India is spent on food. In Nigeria, it's 57%. Right? So we need to transform our country, because no one will take us seriously unless this country gets its act together. And it affects the black race. When Nigeria gets its act together, black people all over the world will hold their head up high. So they're looking to us. And we can do it. Now, I am an optimist. And I've been reading in the book of Numbers about Caleb. And I want us to have the Caleb vision. I have committed to have a Caleb vision, which is I see the land, and I don't see the land through physical eyes. I see the land through spiritual eyes. Wow. And I see what God is doing and can do in this nation. And because I see it, and I see it reflected in my life and in my businesses, and we see it reflected in this church, this beautiful church, by the way, I've been marveling at how beautiful this church is. I see it in my sister's business, right? I see it in the church I go to, Covenant. I see the spirit of excellence. Because we imbibe this spirit of excellence, we need to infuse it in the society in which we live. And because we have people in this nation who can lead, we need to rise up and take our country back.
Wow. I'm going to begin with you on the next segment, but I want the next segment to be practical in the sense because we're talking about leadership and governance. So when we're talking about political leadership, there is only one way to go about that democratically, and it's by election. And in the last 15 years at least, not more than 35% of the electorate had gone to vote. And the few people that vote get the kind of people they vote for. Now, there's another side to it. A former president has said, the election that brought me into office was rigged. So continually, we are realizing that there are problems. People are asking questions. Before we go into the next segment, I want to also know that we can be part of this conversation, by putting our questions, some of those things that we want to challenge and we want the panelists to talk about. We can ask them, then we will get them together, we curate them and put them to our panelists. So, a lot of the times, Ms. Unleli, you mentioned that the Nigerian immigration officer asked you, Madam, what do you get for us? So I'm at that dilemma most of the time, whether to give a police officer at a checkpoint money to allow me pass, or to give the immigration officer the money to allow me go through immigration, or to allow the nurse at the hospital to buy me syringe and add 500 naira so that you can come early, so that I can get treated. Or when I want to get my passport, I have to pay additional 20,000 as bribe to get things done. We need to make the decisive decision as a people whether to give bribes or not. It's painful, but we need to decide, because that is a very big identity question mark on our nation. So it brings me to the question, how do we get the kind of leaders that we want? And I want you to talk about this in this regard. Without the political participation, we cannot get it. There are leading political parties in Nigeria. They are likely to win elections in 2023. How do we influence, if we are not a political party member, from the outside to get a kind of leaders that we want?
So 19 years ago, I started LEAP Africa. Today is actually our 19th birthday. And LEAP stands for Leadership, Effectiveness, Accountability, and Professionalism. And I started this organization because Nigerians were sold a lie. Young people were sold a lie. Young people were told that they were leaders of tomorrow. Right? In a country where the life expectancy is 57, what is tomorrow? And the people who told them they were leaders of tomorrow were rulers in 1970s, 80s, 90s. And even today, and they're still telling these same people they're leaders of tomorrow. And so we wanted to equip young people with the skills, tools, and the support to be leaders of today and tomorrow. So every young person, please don't tell me you're a leader of tomorrow. You're a leader of today and tomorrow. Now, why am I saying that? Because there's a mindset shift that has to occur in our country. And it's a critical mindset shift. The shift is, there's a difference between a leader and a ruler. And going forward, let's not call anybody who's not a leader. Let's not call them a leader. A leader has a vision and galvanizes others to achieve that vision, to effect positive change in society. Not positive change in their home or in their village, but in the broader society. And through the last 19 years, what we've been trying to do is empower our young people to take ownership for this concept of leadership. And those who are rulers, call them rulers. Don't call them leaders. Now, what we need is this next generation. And I'm proud to say that some of the LEAP alumni actually ran for elections in our last elections. They ran in Senate, they ran in State House of Assemblies, and some of them actually have made traction and made progress. But we need a few things. We need to infuse leadership and life skills in our primary and secondary school system. And we need to do it urgently. We don't have time. And this is very easy. It's not something that will take years. Once people realize I have power, I have agency, I have a voice, I can do something in my sphere of influence, that emboldens them to step out. The second is that we need to fund genuine people who want to come out. And I'm going to come to the church. The church should stay out of politics. Don't endorse any candidate, but set a standard for what a leader looks like. And empower your congregation to be able to make the decision based on that standard. Document the standard. Tell them these are the 10 things you should look for. And if they don't have it, so cross them out. But if we start endorsing people, it's dangerous. And we saw this in America. Set a standard of excellence. Set a standard and a vision for what leadership looks like. And embolden people. And then finally, all of us collectively have to speak up and not celebrate wickedness, not celebrate theft. I mean, I tell you that there's some people who walk into this room. Some of us might stand up. I won't stand up. I don't care who you are. If you're a thief and you've stolen the money that should be used to fix the hospital in my community, why should I be congratulating you? Why should I be celebrating you? I think as a society, the standards of excellence, the standards of what is right and wrong have to be infused. So at the end of the day, it's about skills, it's about tools, it's about a standard, and it's about agency. And I'm convinced that leading up to 2023, because of God and because of voices like you and us who have courage to speak out, right? And who have courage to make a difference. And because of the funding that we're going to raise for the right people, I think we'll see a difference in Nigeria. I'm hopeful.
Wow. For the organizers, since you have invited me to moderate this event, I want to ask us in this. If this is going to be one of the takeaways from this conference, it will be important. You said we need to set standards. Is it possible that the answers, they gave 5 demands? Can we say 5 standards for 2023? And all of us can put it on our WhatsApp status. We can put it on our Twitter pages and Facebook and say, if you don't tick these 5 standards, nobody will vote for you. And we can start talking about it every day, every week, until 2023. If the organizers can put that together and say, these are the standards that voters need to look out for. If you don't tick it, forget it, you cannot be in office. And the curiosity for me, which I'd like Mr. Zeta to answer to, is why is it that on the election day, youth will sit at home and watch football match and tweet about their favorite candidate and not go out to vote? Why? What is wrong?
So I would think that there's been a precedent. We've seen occasions where there's been elections and we've made an effort to elect someone into office, and unfortunately the person doesn't particularly get in because, again, elections are somewhat rigged, right? And unfortunately for some occasions we've seen people that we elected into office going there and disappointing us. So it looks to us like an activity or exercise that is fruitless. But I believe that if we now, have these standards clarified for the kind of people we want to see in office, we see that they truly represent, what we are looking for, and people who would actually do the right things when they get into office, we will be more than happy to go out there and vote for them, as long as the process as well is clarified and is effective, will deliver what we expect it to deliver. So we need to work on the system just now, make sure that that system can actually deliver to us the kind of person we want to see in office. And as long as that process system is as productive, we will vote, and we will be happy to see a true leader emerge in Nigeria.
So it brings me to the question, if you have a PVC, can you raise your hand? So we need to be truthful to ourselves that the change that we need to see, we are actually exhibiting it as, keep the hand up. If you have a PVC, great. So I see a number of people. Now, if you have used the PVC in the last 3 elections, at least, can you raise a hand? Okay, great. Now, if your vote has counted, if you think that my vote counted in the last election, please can we raise a hand? Okay. Now, don't let us be in an illusion that every election system in the world is perfect. The American election, there was a big question mark into Biden becoming the president. The people who challenged it, who said this election was rigged. And they tested it. They went to court. Pastor Bakari, the kind of leader that we want, you've tried to be in power. You've shown just how credible someone can be. But we have over and over seen a system that will not bring us to the desired point. 2023, sir, what is your considered opinion on getting the right person into into the leadership position in this country?
It's difficult for me to speak just as a Nigerian. I'm one. It's very, very difficult just to open my mouth and say, oh, 1, 2, 3, 4 is the way it will go. Permit me to say that my prayer is that there will be change before 2023. And I trust God for that to happen, because 2023 will be a complete disaster if we continue this way. How the change will come, I call it the God factor. But let me share a bit of thoughts in addition to what others have said. In 2015, the campaign began very powerfully within churches, within mosques, within NGOs. Get your PVC. That's your power. We're going to change things. But just as she had said now, if you get your PVC and you do not participate in the primary that will produce the candidates, so what would you use your PVC for? Out of 2 devils, choose one. The truth of the matter is, we are not involved. We do not participate in the process that will produce the candidates. And when the candidates are brought forth, we are just going to go on election day to vote for either. It's good to have a PVC, but it's good to start asking our people in our territories of influence to get involved. For example, in this church, it would be a shame if a member does not know his local government chairman, to know what's happening in his local government, to be interested in what is happening there. Why? Because that's where it starts from. I heard Malami on television saying, you are asking for restructuring, but look at the governors. Are they doing the basic thing they should do? The local government chairman, are they doing the basic thing they should do? The truth of the matter is, sovereignty lies in the hands of people. A little while ago you said, are we still going to march the streets? Do you know what was most discouraging when we were marching the streets? I remember taking my whole family, my wife and all my children, they came from America. They were with me on the stage at Ojota. One of my friends, a politician, called me on phone and said, are you crazy? Do you want to kill your children in one day? And everybody else said, is it wise to, is it great or is it kind to ask other people's children to come out and you hide your own children? But you know what? While we're marching the streets, as we're marching the streets, oh, that's Femi Falana. Nigerians on this side and that, that's the Nevakari. They did not know what we were marching for. So we need a holistic, a complete overhaul of political education for the citizens of our country to let them know that power belongs to them. And Caesar, the ones you want to change, that you don't need in leadership, they are the ones that have the bulk of money to do stomach infrastructure to deceive our people. And if you are going to tell them, don't vote for this, don't vote for that, there must be alternative things that they can look at you and say, okay, he's promising this. Awolowo did not give them money. He gave them vision. He gave them ideas. They paid taxes for the education of their children. And he sold those ideas to them, and he had foot soldiers who were going everywhere to do that. Are we really ready? Setting the standard is wonderful. Don't vote for this, don't vote for that, don't vote for this, and these are the people you should vote for. Number one, those people must be in the field. They must participate. Pastor Poju has organized platform for almost 13 years now. Wonderful ideas, cross-fertilization of ideas are going on there. How much change have we gotten from your efforts, from his efforts, from my efforts today. It may be a slow process, but please, let's start targeting what I call the low-hanging fruits. If we can't get the presidency today, let's get the local government chairman. Let's work to get a governor. Let's strategically position our people and begin to train them. Nation building is not a tea party, but it's also rocket science. How many people within our territory of influence are we pointing in the direction of, it's up to you if anything is going to change this country? We participate in politics by watching television. We participate in criticizing, and we have become cyber warlords. Just go on your WhatsApp and say all kinds of things. People that you don't really like are working day and night, sir. I can mention some names without violating anything. Tinubu does not sleep, does not slumber. He doesn't sleep, he doesn't slumber, he doesn't do any other thing other than to strategically position people. And the problem is, he's positioning them, and the paper tigers are just shouting. They don't have anyone to say, oh, we have over here in this church. I don't like his politics, and he knows. I don't endorse of everything he does, but the man is a dogged fighter. He believes in what he's doing, and the rest of us will talk today, and tomorrow nothing happens. And God help you to participate. Pastor Poju, jump into the arena, pick a ticket, either for governorship election or for presidential election, or be a running mate and see how many stones will come from the church. But when you pioneer it and trailblaze it, then you have a president or a vice president who's a Christian, and everybody forgot how the journey began. No, we are going to roll up our sleeves and get involved. The nation of Israel in the wilderness was poorer than any other nation in the world. No school, no educational system, no hospital, no infrastructure. But they sat there for 40 years. They were being trained and being programmed and being gotten ready. And when they got to the promised land, they hit the road running. It is not too late to start revamping and re-educating our people. I believe Nigeria will be saved, will be changed, and will become great in my lifetime. I'm not waiting for tomorrow, ma'am. I'm waiting for now. And I trust God that that change will begin in 2021.
Amen. So, Pastor Bakari has advised Pastor Poju to get involved. Sir, let me give you, it's a free consultancy that I want to give, sir. I cover elections, and I've done that for almost 20 years. And, sir, you have to employ almost 15,000 agents at every polling unit. And you need to give them at least 20,000. Is anybody, an economist here, who is doing the mathematics already? You need at least $500 million to service your polling unit agents. Sir, I'll be good. I would like to consult for you. If you make up that, it's just a joke, sir. So now the question is, I'm believing God that the people in this room in 2023 will run for office and will make the transformational change that we need in this country. So if anybody in this room is making up their minds, what makes a transformational leader?
Let me just, am I on? All right. Am I on?
Can I get a microphone for Pastor? Okay, good.
All right, so I can use this. All right, I just want to say something, and it's been very heavy on my heart concerning this. And if this is all I say in this meeting, I'm fine. Yesterday, I was a very happy person. The reason was I went on Twitter and I saw this young lady who said she was going for councillor in a particular local government. So, under one of the major parties. Now, because it tallied with my own personal philosophy of how you can change the country, I took it and sent to a young person in church. I said, do you know this person who lives in that area? I said, no. He said he will ask this other person who is involved in politics. So I sent her a direct message straight on Twitter. And I said, look, I see you want to run for office, for councillor. Is there any way in which I can help you personally? That help that I was thinking about was supporting her financially. She sent me a message back, and it's not because of this. She said, I'm a member of your church. Now, by this time, or I said, I'm a member of your church. I said, I just thought she was a stranger because this is what I believe should be done to change this country. And then she now told me how the powerful political person in that area has said all of them must step down because no, not because he got rid of. So he got rid of somebody. They impeached somebody, and so he's rewarding those people by keeping them in office. But then somebody else, I sent to somebody else, a young politician also. He sent me another lawyer who also is going for councillor in another local government, and she said, I was inspired by the platform Get Involved to run for office. Now, so I want to say three things here about, so I think the young people have understood, from what I saw yesterday, are getting the point. It is wrong to talk about PVC. The the holders of power want you to talk PVC because they will bring the candidates and you will select the candidate. Now, listen to what I want to say here. These so-called powerful political leaders are not as powerful as they appear. They can be upstaged. Now, let me give you a reason here. One of the ministers of the church went for a ward meeting. And he got there, he came back and told me, this was about 2 weeks ago, he said there were 500 people. He said nobody there was educated. He said, but they were looking for leadership. Now, they were asking him, nobody there. He said, and those are the guys who are going to be delegates, who are going to determine who actually will be the candidates you vote for. And these people, and I'm saying that political party holders know that once people get involved at those lower levels. In fact, I told a friend of mine, the friend that I said, look, I'm not going to give this person money. Because I just said, I didn't even know. I said, because the person who is giving the order will find out and say, this is what Pastor Poji is using platform to do now. He's mobilizing at grassroots. So don't let them think that I'm mobilizing at grassroots. But the truth about it is that the man who called and said everybody should step down is already afraid. If you say everybody step down, you're afraid of the people coming out to contest. Now, young people have taken music that they play and they've gone global with it. They've gone into fintech, you can see them going global. They've gone into Nollywood, they've gone global. They have the intelligence. If they take that same intelligence and understand the political process and participate in the political process, they will take over the political process of this country. So the issue is, forget PVC first, target being delegates of these major parties. The way to become a delegate is not hard. Go for the ward meetings diligently. They will put those ward meetings at times where they know you will not want to come, but show up. When you get there, arrange for basic things. If you have, give them chairs to sit if they are sitting on the floor, help their children if they're in hospital, they help organize, they will begin to call you leader. Once they begin to call you leader, it's either the people on top will send for you to say, young man, young lady, what position do you want? All right? Because they are trying to make sure that they hold their power. Get involved at that level. Now, if you cannot do that and say, and run for political office and say, I go through the second way to access political influence, I asked a ranking American politician who is an elderly man. I said, why are you going about what you are doing this way? He's a Christian. Now, I don't agree personally with the way the church went about pushing President Trump, and I don't agree with that. I felt they stepped overboard. But as a principle, I'm talking about a principle now, he said, we got President Carter elected. He did not respond to us. He said, we rallied around President George Bush. We got him elected. He said he did not respond to us. He said that we discovered something about power. Whether you get the person on top or not is not what counts. It is who that person talks to last before he goes to sleep, and who, when he wakes up, he talks to. So we strategically now said, we will go and put our people in those offices. I'm telling you today, if I call a particular governor, when I told somebody this, he said, this, my friend, was the one who advised this governor, who is a governor today. He wanted to run for something else. That's why if I call the governor, all of you know him, he's a governor. He said he's a young person who is seemingly insignificant that influenced him into getting to that decision. There are many places of influence you can get into without you doing elective positions.
Thank you.
And the Bible says wherever the soles of your feet touch is yours. If you have to enter as a servant, enter. Once your feet has touched the office, you can begin to influence the office. To go and start saying that you are running on some party platform that doesn't have look, there's a young man. He spoke at the platform. The minute he got down, a major political party called him and said, without primaries, we give you the House of Assembly seats in this area. Because he had run the last time, he didn't make it. He said, from what you said, we give it to him. A new party gave him governorship. I told him, Chief, this governor you are taking, these people can't even put 10 billboards in Lagos. You won't get it. He said, no, I want to be governor. I want to be governor. I want to be governor. There wasn't one billboard. The House of Assembly seat was won by that party. He would have been in the House of Assembly. But because of this, I want to be, you find people who have never done anything, contesting Senate, House of Rep. I can start a party tomorrow and call it Academic Green Party, and then I'm the gubernatorial candidate, right? But if you looked at the last election, there were 76 parties. There were almost 74 presidential candidates, but only 2%. If you removed APC and PDP, for House of Rep and Senate, they only fielded less than 2% of the candidates. How do you want to run presidency without House of Rep, without Senate, without governor, it means that it's what you're just saying is not realistic. So let's study the political system. Let's understand what democracy is. Let's know how to enter into power. Let's understand it. It is not difficult, but you need to understand it. If you are waiting for May 29, which is why young people won't go and vote, because the reason is the candidates don't stimulate them. They make the voting process cumbersome. You must be ready to stand in the sun. You must be ready. And once they see that kind of determination, then they understand that there will be change. This change is not far. I repeat, this change is not difficult. It is not far. But the system has to be understood, and the people must be able to enter into that system at the place at which they can actually begin to influence things. People here can be senior special assistants, you can be special advisors. You may not be able to turn the whole state, but you'll be able to get some programs through because you have the ear of the person who is making decisions. And some of these people lean on people to do what to do. They are looking for, people to get things done and leaning on them to get it done. All right.
Wow. That's some political science 501 that Pastor Pojo has given us for free. And it's very insightful because those who hold this country by the jugular, they understand how well to play the game. They are not ready to retire, but we are tired. And these guys are not tired. The big question is, how do we attract the very best? I know how difficult how to run business in Nigeria is perhaps one of the most difficult terrain to run business in the world. But for leadership and governance, how do we attract the best, the most, and the brightest into public service?
I don't even know where to begin to answer that question. It's such a daunting and difficult task. But maybe not so daunting and not so difficult, as nothing has meaning except the meaning that we truly give to it. So how do we find the right candidates? I believe is your question. Yeah? How do we find the right?
The best,
how do we attract the right
brightest, how do we
talents?
attract them into public office?
We first of all need to identify who are those people. How do we identify who are the people who are talented, who have a track record of having achieved and gotten results in whichever fields that they're in? Where do we begin to look for these people? I would say from the business world. In the business world, show me a leader who has built an organization that is run properly with systems, processes, and structure, who they themselves submit themselves to the authority of that system, that structure, and the processes that govern that business. Nigeria, to me, has to be treated like a business. We need a good CEO. So where do we find a good CEO? I believe that's what we're looking for. Antecedents, that's what we have to look at. How do we convince people? How do we convince you, for example, to run? How can we convince you? You can't be convinced. If you can't be convinced, then who is going to do this work? You see, when the best people say, it's not me who is going to do this, who is going to do the work? Because this is a job, as you say, Pastor, we have to roll up our sleeves and we have to get involved. And I am equally guilty, because to run a business in Nigeria, to make it profitable, to make it successful, you give your life to that business. You give your time to that business. You give your energy to that business. Finding the right people, hiring the right people, ensuring that they understand the vision, ensuring that they are willing to lock into that vision, and ensuring that not only are they locked into the vision, they are willing to give of themselves beyond a paycheck. That is not a contractual agreement, but this is that I buy into this because my values and your values are so aligned that I will do whatever it takes to make this work. Where do we find this Nigerian? And how do we support this Nigerian? I'm sorry, but I don't have an answer to that question. I don't know where to find this person apart from the business world. And if the people in the business world say that they're not going to get involved, then we're up the creek without a paddle. Because you have to get involved. I have to get involved. Everybody has to be willing to get involved. Yes, you have to get involved. I totally agree. Why are you looking at me like that? I'm sorry, I'm not putting you on the spot. I don't mean to put you on the spot. But really, I think it is a question that a lot of people are asking. The people who are capable are not coming forward. The people who are incapable are coming forward, and they are the termites. And they are the ones that are ravaging the country. So, come out.
All right.
Come out.
Sorry, if we can quickly do this exercise, it's going to be very important.
Actually, I'm sorry.
Okay, ma'am.
Having said that, what are we investing in the quality of education that is shaping the mindset of the young Nigerian to believe in what is possible for them in this country called Nigeria? How are we investing in the education system that is shaping the trajectory of Nigeria?
Wow. That's a very big question. Organizers, please, I'd like you to pass a piece of paper to everyone in the room. Let's fold the piece of paper this way and tear it into two. And so this is a commitment I'd like us to make today. There are three things that I want us to have as a takeaway so that next year at this time, we can remind ourselves of this commitment. The panelists have asked us to get involved, but I want you to list 3 ways you want to get involved. Keep a copy to yourself and drop a copy in the basket that will be passed around later. Get a piece of paper, put it into 2, have a copy of the 3 ways you want to get involved, then the other copy, put it into the basket. It's a commitment that we're making, that we are not just coming here for a talk shop. We are writing the vision, we are making it bold, and we are taking action. So if you can help us get pieces of paper around, so that every one of us in this room, we're not just here mentally, we're also here physically, and we are taking action. And so that takes us to another segment, which is about socio-economic development of this country. And there are quick facts. During the Obasanjo's administration 17 years ago, Nigeria obtained a debt relief that allowed her to focus on its infrastructure development projects rather than using 90% of our earnings to service debt and recurring expenditures. Today, our debt portfolios have gone up to 53 billion US dollars in local debt and 33 billion US dollar more in international debt. Recently, the president in Paris requested debt relief for African nations. Our debt profile has also extended beyond what we had in 2000 at the Paris Club. China alone contributed about 50% of our current external debt, which was done through capital project implementation. This is definitely a clear danger for our socioeconomic development. So I would like to start with you. Considering the current system of federalism in operation and the recent letter from the General Manager, the GMD of NNPC, to the Revenue Mobilization Commission, stating the inability of the corporation to contribute to the National Revenue Mobilization coffers for the period of April and May. How would the state generate internal revenue to fund the expenditure obligations and carry out continued developmental projects like roads, hospitals, schools, etc.?
Well, I'm going to keep it very simple. For me, the first thing is everybody who is already in government now needs to take a pay cut, and a drastic pay cut.
Can you say that again, ma'am?
Everybody who is in government needs to take a pay cut, and a drastic pay cut. And when I say a pay cut, it needs to begin with something like a 75% pay cut. Yes, because the rest of Nigeria, the naira in your pocket is devalued by 33% because of the devaluation. So you actually have less money than you had in January or last year, December. So what do we need to do with this? When they take a pay cut, what does it do? It frees. Oh, okay. It frees up a huge chunk of money, because if from every 1 naira, if we're spending 70 naira to run the government, then there is a problem. This is simple economics. You cannot have a recurrent expenditure that is so high without getting additional income. They will say that they will need to tax us, that we need to pay more tax. Before you want to tax me, I believe you should first tax yourself. I believe in leadership by example. Why don't we begin with what are the taxes that the people who are in government are paying? How much of their income is taxed? I don't know what percentage of taxes that they do pay, but I think it would be nice for us to have that in the public domain and to know what that amount of money is. Now, we have to grow the tax net. More people have to pay tax for the good of the whole, not for the upkeep of a few people who are in governance. So we have to be able to gather more money from paying taxes. We have to be able to export more things than just oil. Currently, oil is our biggest export. Before, we exported groundnuts, we exported cocoa. We had so many things that we exported. I don't believe that there's any part of Nigeria that does not have something to give. The center needs to be decentralized. Power needs to be taken away from the center and given to the states so that the states can grow their own economies. Lagos State is perhaps one of the few states in the whole of Nigeria that is viable. And Lagos State has shown that if you can deploy the resources of the state effectively, at least during Fashola's time, there was a drastic difference between Lagos State and a lot of the other states in Nigeria. And we saw people wanting to emulate Lagos State. We saw people wanting to be like Lagos State. They have resources. Why don't we use what we have to get what we want? Why are we always looking to the center for a handout when all we need to do is look at the area we're in? What are the resources in that area that we can sweat, that we can invest in to draw value from and create wealth for our local communities. For me, it's important that we take away the power from the center, and we need to build economic strongholds that sees big businesses influencing government in a way that it is better for the sum of the whole rather than just a few people or just a small group of people. So decentralize power, reduce the cost of governance, reduce it drastically by as much as 75%, get more people into the tax net. When you're paying more tax, you have a voice. You can demand for the standards that we're talking about. You can demand, you can ask questions, you can demand for performance. If anybody comes to meet you, question them. I'm not afraid of anybody from any local government. And I told them once they came to my office, I said, do you know that there's CCTV all over this place filming you? If you put a chain on my business, on my gate, you are obstructing my business, you are obstructing me from carrying my business as a dutiful, responsible, respectful Nigerian. What are you contributing to society? I am paying over 300 Nigerians on a monthly basis, keeping them at work, feeding their families by extension. I am part of the engine that is growing this national wealth. How dare you put a chain on my gate? You have the right to question anybody that comes. You ask them who they are. Film them. Put them on social media. Make it public. It's time to stop running and stop hiding and stop being on the defensive. Get up. Use your voice. Refuse to be intimidated. Refuse to accept anything less. Go to wherever they are and question them. And if they can't answer, you know that you get on social media. The people, young people today, social media is your space. There's nothing you can't do on social media. Use it. Use it to drive the change like we saw during EndSARS. So those are some of the things I would say that we could do.
Fantastic. Let me borrow Pastor Bakare's legal prowess. And so she's mentioned a few things, but I look at some of the things that she said in the context of what government will do, because government all over the world, their responsibility is not to make money, is to drive the environment for us to make money. Do we have that structure presently for these nations to thrive, socio-economic wise?
Thank you, Sheil. I look overwhelmed, but I'm not, because we all know what works, but we're not ready to really face them and make a demand. What is government doing in running some of the parastatals that they run? That's not their business. The business of government is to create a conducive atmosphere or environment for businesses to thrive, and then they can get more money from taxation. There are 4 basic problems I see. Number 1, constitutional problem. The present constitution will not deliver development. I can't recall who mentioned it. Maybe the person who first spoke about the Grand Pyramid of the North, cocoa in the Western region, palm oil in Eastern region, and so on and so forth. The truth of the matter is we have so much mineral resources that are not being tapped, and government is sitting on it. The federal government is sitting on it. I mean, look at Ondo State has enough asphalt to tar the whole of Africa. Well, we have not gone near it at all. I took part in the 2014 National Conference. There is no state in Nigeria without a mineral resource. But the Constitution has put everything in the hand of federal government, and the state governments can't do anything with the resources in their ground. That needs to be dealt a fatal blow immediately if Nigeria is going to develop. Because it was not federal government that built Obafemi Awolowo University, then University of Ife. It was not federal government that built University of Nigeria, Nsukka. It was not federal government that built Ahmadu Bello University. The resources came from regional government, and from what they are able to get from their own land was what they used back then. So when we are talking restructuring, we are not talking Greek and explaining it with Hebrew. No, these things were real. This was where we took off from, and this was what led to a development in the golden eras of the region. Number two, apart from constitutional issues, over concentration of power at the center. Number two, the government is over bloated. Why do you need 36 ministers? What are they doing? I spoke loud and clear, and it almost created trouble and friction between me and some of my friends in power. The president's son was involved in an accident. He returned to Nigeria, and it's the Minister of State for Health that went to meet him. For someone that should be thrashed or disciplined for misbehaving. So why is that the job of the Minister of State for Health? You have Minister of Health, and you have 36 people who only go there. One of them, I will not mention names. If you ask me privately, I will ask you to interview him. He came to my home in Abuja and said to me, Pastor, because my head is about to burst, I know trouble is coming. He's a full minister. He said, now I've decided to study law, so I go to my law faculty from 9 a.m. to 6 p.m. Monday to Friday, and when I finish, I go to office to see whatever file is left for me to sign, because I do not want to go crazy. We don't need those. What is the federal government doing with Ministry of Agriculture, for example? Where is the land that belongs to federal government? They have a Ministry of Agriculture simply to distribute fertilizer.
Ministry of Water Resources.
And then this water resource. Listen, all these things can be done by the state. The government is over bloated. We have more than we can bargain for. So you are paying unnecessary money. Almost 90% of our receivables now go on loan. The rest is going on overhead. There's nothing for development. Part of our problem is we put the cart before the horse. You're mentioning Singapore. Singapore did not prioritize democracy. Prioritize development before democracy. We put the cart before the horse. This 4-year expensive election that consumes all that we have been able to set aside will not develop this nation. We need to change and overhaul how we do these things. Let me mention only one more thing, and maybe others can contribute also. If what is in every ground belongs to the states and the regions, and they begin to develop them, we'll begin to rise again. So, finally, we are a consumer nation. We import everything. And the people that want to put all their resources in manufacturing, they don't have power to do it. So some of the things that should come here has now gone to Ghana. And now we are importing beans from Ivory Coast. It's a big shame. And it's a factor, it's a function of the type of leaders we have. They do not see beyond their noses as to how to develop this nation. Our central bank now is Ministry of Agriculture. Our central bank is doing so many things on our behalf. Is that the statutory function of central bank?
All right. Mr. Zeta, I don't know if you have a plan B. I don't know if anybody has a plan B here. It does look like when I was in the university, everybody had a plan B. Everybody either wanted to go to, Canada was not the in thing at the time. It was the US, the UK that everyone wanted to go. And I wonder, people will sell their properties and want to get out of Nigeria for the unknown, for the uncertainty. To get a degree, they don't know whether or not to come back to use. For a young Nigerian who is thinking of a plan B, is it a crime to think of a plan B when they think that this country does not work? If you want them not to think of plan B, where do they go from here? How can they develop themselves?
So I would say it's okay to have a plan B. We're all encouraged to have plan B, even C and D and E, right? So it's okay to have that. But I believe that we also need to, own this process and own this thing that we want. And you've heard all the speakers say the same thing. If we all run away or pursue our plan Bs, then who's going to actually fix the nation? And this nation belongs to us. It's not like Pastor Bakari had said, he probably won't be here in a couple years' time, and God keeping you in Jesus' name. But we need to, be mindful that this future belongs to us. And if we do not do what we have to do now to fix it, to make it become what we want to see it become, then who's going to do it? So I really do think that we need to make the effort. We need to take responsibility for it. And in my experience, taking responsibility, seeking out the greater good for the nation, seeking out the greater good for any organization whatsoever, leads to better outcomes, leads to new levels of performance. And so if we really do take responsibility for our nation, we would see a better future, a brighter future for us. I also believe that we need to make an effort to do the right things wherever we are. It really starts from us doing the right things. Where we see something isn't going right, we take responsibility for thinking through the solutions for that thing and trying to implement it. We can't really wait for somebody else to come do it for us. We need to do it. If you are in a particular industry or sphere of influence, take responsibility for making sure that that area is being developed, is being pushed in the right direction. Just make sure you're doing something as an individual to make it right. However, I understand again that you can think about other solutions. Just make sure that you're doing whatever makes you happy as well.
Thank you very much. Ma'am, let me quickly ask. Oil, we know what it is for our nation, but from a global perspective, you know what works, what is working for us, and in the next 3-4 years, what may not work for us. Because if you're spending so much money to fixing the refineries that we do not know whether or not we might be using product out of it in the next 10 years. So the question is, does it make sense? But from your own point of view as a nation, how do we develop capacity beyond the 90% of our revenue coming from only oil?
So as you might be aware, I've been working in the agriculture sector exclusively for the last 12 years, developing the sector through Nourishing Africa, which is a new company we started that serves entrepreneurs in 34 countries in Africa, through Sahel Consulting, and through Ace Foods. And I want to just address this from two perspectives, taking on the Plan B thing and also addressing your question. So we started Ace Foods in 2009 from the conviction that this country is a net importer of processed food, a net exporter of commodities. Yet, 60% of our population works in agriculture and food, and they're living on a subsistence level. So we wanted to show that it's possible to build a company that sources locally, processes for the local market, addresses malnutrition, and is profitable. And it has worked. Is it easy? Like Mr. Ogunlesi said, not at all. But it's proven that you can produce nutritious food, you can produce high-quality food, and now we sell across Nigeria and we export. And we're improving the lives of farmers and everybody through the value chain. One day I was on a plane ride coming from Europe, and I saw one of our staff at Ace Foods. He had gone to France. And he told me this is his first trip out of Nigeria. He said he got many text messages and calls from friends saying, "Why don't you stay in France? This is your opportunity. You've gotten a visa, you're out. Why are you going for a business trip and coming back?" And he said, "I have everything I need here. I have a good job. I have a future. I'm taking care of my children." And that's why entrepreneurship is so critical. That's why creating an enabling environment for entrepreneurs is so critical. Because in spite of the challenges in Nigeria, we can create jobs that are decent, and we can create an enabling environment that supports our children. And I have to say proudly that I haven't lost any staff at Ace Foods to a Plan B. And that's because Sahel Consulting, the same thing, Nourishing Africa, the same thing. And that's because you are paying them a decent wage, you're generating income, and you're showing them an alternative. And the agriculture sector, for me, represents the biggest opportunity for Nigeria. And yet we continue to neglect it. Now, I'll just tell you two things. One, what we're doing in dairy. So Nigeria is a net importer of processed milk. Yet we have the 4th largest cattle herd in Africa. Now, dairy is so important, not just because of some of the political issues we've been facing recently with grazing, but also because we have one of the highest rates of malnutrition in the world. 1 out of every 3 Nigerian children is stunted. So what we've done through the support of the Gates Foundation, and Sahel Consulting is currently implementing this, it's called the Advancing Local Dairy Development in Nigeria project. We're working in Kano, Plateau, Adamawa, Kaduna, and soon Nasarawa states. And we're working with companies in those communities that want to source milk locally. We're putting communities into clusters, these same communities that we call smallholder farmer, headsmen, Fulani farmers, into communities. They're supplying fresh milk on a daily basis to these companies. It's transforming the lives of those farmers. We're creating a feed and fodder industry. We're growing the sector. We're employing people, and we're improving our own lives. It is possible to do that in Nigeria. I'm doing it right now. The question is, why don't enough of us see those possibilities? So while the government, and through this project, we've actually decided we have to shape the dairy policy. So we're working with the CBN that the pastor mentioned. We're working with the Ministry of Agriculture, Ministry of Trade and Investment, getting all of them to sit down to agree on a dairy policy. Because the challenge we have, not just in ag and food, but in every sector, is that we work in silos. We don't have ecosystem solutions. We're not working at the national level and at the state level. And through this initiative, from day one, we're working at the national level, we're working at the state level, we're working at the local government level. And trust me, it's working. So I'm just trying to tell you that I think we need to create ecosystem solutions for every single sector in our country. And we need like-minded people. And that's why I agree with Pastor Boju. You can make an influence outside government. I have chosen to make an influence outside government, to be a change agent in the agriculture and food landscape, not just in Nigeria, but across Africa. Because I think we can show what is possible. And by being a catalyst, engaging people, encouraging people, demonstrating excellence in your own sphere of influence, you can be a beacon of hope. And you can be the salt of the earth and the light of the world that God has called us to be. So let's raise change agents in government, let's raise change agents in civil society, in private sector, and work across the board to reform and transform our country.
Fantastic. Fantastic. We're going to just wrap up in a few minutes, and I'll allow the panelists to give us their final thoughts on the topic of today and the agenda that we're trying to set. Interestingly, our last 2 segments, in all of the other segments, we've touched on them, and I know that a lot of people have taken some good things out of them. So, in wrapping up, a lot of people will leave here today thinking that it is up to, if it is to be, it is up to me. Let me begin with you, Mr. Gunlesi, and the question or the answer to the questions on the minds of people who are gathered here in this room today about nationhood, about the politics, about our nation and how it can move forward. As individuals, what do you think everyone in this room should go on with that will transform this country, that will change this nation to the desired point that we want it to be?
Good question. I think it begins with self. It begins with knowing who I am and what is the story that I would like to tell. It's understanding who I am and what I carry and who I embody. What values, what belief systems drive the things that I do. Like Ndidi, I chose not to be in government. I chose to use my business to show what was possible for me as a Nigerian. Because I looked at the people in Alaba Market. What makes them successful? Alaba Market is a $4.8 billion market. What Nigeria do they see? So what Nigeria do I see? What is the mindset that is driving the Nigeria that I see? And what are the things I need to begin to do? What are the habits, my daily habits that I need to begin to build, that I need to begin to create, to become and embody what is possible for people to see is possible in a country where we really walk around every day by faith, by seeing the impossible, by believing in the impossible, and by trusting the unknown. That's the way I live in Nigeria. I believe I can see a Nigeria that I can create within the entire rough and tumble space that lives by a set of values that shows what is possible for Nigeria. And what it means is that I lead from the front. What it means is that I must embody those values as the leader. The fish, they say, rots from the head. So if I do not step forward and create a vision of what is possible in Nigeria and speak to the minds of the people who are under my ward as I have come to see it, because I believe that my mandate and vision was to build a platform that would unleash human potential to the service of mankind and to the service of the world. And I believe it was possible for me to do this in Nigeria. I sit on a plane and I see Indians, I see Chinese, I see all these people coming to Nigeria. Do you ever ask, what do they see that I'm not seeing? We have been so caught up in what is not working that we have missed or are missing or have the potential to miss the opportunities of what can be and what is possible. And I think we need to showcase entrepreneurship that is built on a value system that aligns with the Nigeria that we are all dreaming of. Not the church, not the mosque, but businesses where people are going to every day. People have committed their lives to every single day to go to it. Where you make it so interesting that whatever is happening in America or in Paris or in Europe is not interesting enough. I have the opportunity to a foreign passport. I have dual nationality, but I chose to remain in Nigeria. This is the only place I believe personally that I can become the purposeful person that God asked me to be. This is the place where I can effect change and impact my community and the people and the minds that are under my custodian, until I shifted my mind to believing that my purpose was to unleash human potential to serve the world and that I needed to lead from the front. Everything seemed like such a burden. But once I shifted my mind and realized this is a mandate, this is what I need to do, everything became easier. Also because I refused to focus on how difficult it is. If you're going to climb the mountain, get to the top of the mountain, you have to climb the mountain. And you can slip, but you will keep going. You can fall, but you get up again and keep going. So what am I trying to say? We can't give up hope on this nation called Nigeria. There is so much potential, and we have to see that potential. We have to believe in that potential. And even though trust is so badly broken, we don't trust the politicians, we don't trust government, we don't even trust each other. We have to find a way to begin to sit at a table and dialogue in such a way that we build that trust all over again. And we come up with a Magna Carta, a set of rules or guidelines of what it means to be a Nigerian. and live by those rules and those by that Magna Carta. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Ms. Omunali, I'd like you to give like a wrap-up, like a final thought on how to trigger that kind of agenda that we're trying to set today. For anyone who is leaving this room, what are your final thoughts on how to trigger the action that will lead us to where we want to be, to point us forward?
So building on what Mr. Ogunlesi has said, I would say in 2007, Leap Africa came up with this Niger Junction, Nigeria 2025 scenarios. I don't know if any of you have seen it. It had four scenarios. One was Jaga Jaga, Nigeria ending up like a Sudan or Somalia. The second was Perambulator, Nigeria going around in circles. The third was Shine Your Eye, Nigeria becoming like a China, where we had economic growth but a lot of repression. And the fourth was We Don't Win. We don't win. We've won. This was Niger Junction 2025. We have less than 4 years, right? Now, when we look at those scenarios today, in retrospect, I think we've been in the perambulator state, going around in circles. Many of you who are my age or older will say, I've heard this type of panel before. I'm tired. I'm jaded. You know, what is it? And when I think about the future, now we're looking at 2050. I've been part of the 2050 planning. I've been the chair of the technical working group for Nigeria 2050 for agriculture, food security, and rural development. And I think about that future, and I say, well, we on this stage might not be here in 2050, but who will be here? Our grandchildren, our children, future generations. So my challenge to all of us is looking at Nigeria 2050. You might not be here, but your children and grandchildren will be here. What will they say about the impact you had? What will they say about the legacy you lived? A few years ago, someone asked me for a meeting. A young lady from America. She said she'd come to learn about her grandfather's legacy. Who was her grandfather? Dick Kramer. He's still alive today. Dick Kramer helped start NESG, Lagos Business School, KPMG, Arthur Anderson, you know the legacy. She had come here to study her legacy. And I said, grandma goals, hashtag grandma goals, that my grandchildren will say, I want to learn about Ndidi Muneli's legacy. Nike's grandchildren will say, I want to hear about Nike Ogunlesi's legacy. For all of us, we have to be in legacy mode. Will your grandchildren say you left a good legacy or a bad legacy? Will they say you moved this country forward or moved it backward? History, it will be the judge of our legacy. So my challenge to all of us is we have a sphere of influence. Your sphere of influence starts with your family, the school, the church, the community, the business, your street. Exercise leadership in your sphere of influence. Go back and do something to improve your sphere of influence. Build your leadership muscle. That's the first message, legacy. The second is integrity. Integrity, integrity, integrity. You know, as Nigerians, we complain about the rot in our political system, but there's rot even in our neighborhoods. There's rot even in our markets. There's rot in our businesses. Can we reflect Christ, and will God be proud of us? Can he boast about us because of how we live holy and righteous lives? You can do it because you have to have integrity, and all of us fit into that bill. So commit to a life of integrity. And the third thing, commit to working with others. The journey to transform Nigeria is going to be a collective journey. We have to leave our egos and logos at the door. We have to be humble. And this comes to the Christian faith. We need our pastors to work across the divide, to unite, to transform this country. Leave congregational issues at the door. We need to be praying together. We need men of God and women of God to unite. They show us how it's done. They have to unite. We also need faith-based organizations to arise. Use their assets, their army of volunteers, their physical buildings to create social change. Educate people after your services. You have empty halls. Use your halls as adult literacy programs. Do you know 50% of our population is literate? So let's educate our people. Let's use our church buildings, our mosques, for hospitals, for vocational centers. I think we have to step into this communal approach, because if it's one person doing it, it's not going to work. So let's unite. Let's leave our egos, our logos, and let's have humility to unite with each other across the divide, to bring our talents, our skills, our treasure to transform Nigeria. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Pastor Bakare, in the same light, what do you think can trigger the chain of reaction that you said it needs to happen in 2021, not 2023. But for the people in this room, what should they be doing as soon as they step out of that door?
Thank you very much. I'm a storyteller sometimes. It helps me to navigate through difficult questions that the likes of Sean will ask. When my second son was 10 years old, he told me, "Dad, I would like to have a pool party." At that time, we didn't have a swimming pool in the house because I wanted them to learn how to swim first, lest we have casualty. But at this time, they had learned how to swim. You want a pool party? I'll have to build one. So I called my neighbor, who was an engineer, and somebody else. They designed, and we got a man to build a pool. Just a few days to the birthday, the man said, "We have to renegotiate. The price has changed." I wanted to build a pool downwards, in the ground, but the ground would not permit me, so we have done a surface pool. Too much concrete had gone into it. You will need extra money. And what he was asking for was like, say, about $500,000 more. And I was so angry, I said, "Break it down and get out of here. I'm tired. You're milking me." I said all kinds of things. The man explained. I said, "This is trash. You're trying to cheat me." Then I went back into the room, and I remembered the promise I made to my son, that you have that pool party. I said, "Oh God." So I called him back and said, "Okay, take the money," and I finished. On the day of the party, I was looking at the eyes of my son and friends. It was so bright. They were so happy. And God asked me a question after the party. "Why did you not break the pool down?" I said, "I've spent so much, and because of my son." He said, "You see why I have not destroyed you? Because I'm putting so much into your life." It is stakeholders that will build Nigeria, not spectators. It's because you are not putting anything in the ground here and you are thinking of plan A, B, C, D. I agree with you. It's not wrong to have other plans, but temporarily you may have to relocate so that you don't suffocate. But believe me honestly, stakeholders don't, like pillars, move. They stay until they fix it. My story is known to this church. I was born lame in both legs. I didn't walk for 3 years. I was crawling and crawling. My mother did not abandon me. She stayed through until I could walk, and I became who I am today. I'm eternally grateful to her for that long suffering, for staying with it. If we are going to build this nation, we can't afford to be spectators. We've got to be stakeholders. We must have something that we are committed to. My children school abroad. They went to America, they went to Britain, but before they left home, we signed a family constitution. The maximum 1 month after your graduation, you are coming back to this country. This country has given us so much, we must give back to it. And we must make it a better place for other people so that they don't even have to go abroad for the kind of education you have received. Friends, you are either a termite or you are an ant, a stakeholder or a spectator. If this country means anything to you, this is the time to say, in my own territory of influence, beginning from my family, beginning from my place of work, I would start to to let people see what a Nigerian of our dream, not Nigeria now, what a Nigerian of our dream should be, it's up to you, it's up to me. When we make up our mind that we'll fix this nation, we'll fix it. I'm not against anyone, like she said, having plan B or plan C or plan D. But here, God has prospered me and blessed me so much. I owe this country so much that I drink it, I swim it, I sleep it, I wake up with it on a daily basis. Jesus was not born in Nazareth, he was raised in Nazareth. But he put the name of Nazareth on the map of the world, that today when they say Jesus of Nazareth. When they say Ogunlesi, they are not going to say of Scotland, they will say of Nigeria. And so are you, my sister. Let us make up our mind today that by the grace of God, God given us life and given us strength, will fix this nation, that other nations will begin to wonder, how did they make it? It will happen in my lifetime. This is my own commitment. This is my dream, that Nigeria will be saved, Nigeria will be changed, and Nigeria will become great in my lifetime. And it begins with me. It begins with my responsibilities to the nation. I remember in the days of Buba Marwa, I preached on television, and it granted an interview, said there are some of these pastors with big mouth and they don't pay taxes. I didn't know who he was talking about. I called my external auditor and I said, please put my tax papers together from when I started paying tax, 1975, up to that year, that I've never failed in paying my taxes. And I kept on telling you, you have no right to complain if you are not contributing your quota towards the development of the country. Don't talk about potholes on the road when you yourself are not doing anything to improve on it. It's up to us, it's up to you, it's up to me if Nigeria is going to be great in our lifetime, or if you want to leave this chaos behind for your children's children. I have grandchildren and I have more coming, a grandchild I have more coming, that I'm thanking God for, that they will be proud to say, I'm a Nigerian. I told the British High Commissioner one day, after I'd gone to his place more than 3-4 times when we were structuring how Jonathan would go in peace, and he said, why are you so involved? Are you looking for a cabinet office? I said, it's beneath me. Are you looking for a ministerial office? I said, it's beneath me. I want a nation that works. And he said, what do you mean? I said, I was in your country, in the UK, and I needed to apply for British passport. I went to British Post Office, took a form, filled it, paid the right postal order, whatever it is, and sent it to them. Within a week, all the supporting documents were returned to me. And after a few days, the British passport came. I didn't call on phone. I didn't visit anybody. I didn't go anywhere. You write a letter to any ministry in Nigeria today, be it state or federal. If you don't show up, there's no reply. That must change, and somebody will have to start. It is you and me. We must make that demand, but we must be an example of what we want to see. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. What a word of admonition there. Mr. Zeta, a lot of youth are frustrated, and I wouldn't say I'm not one of them. I wouldn't say I'm not frustrated, but today I'm reinvigorated by the words that I've heard today, and the conversation has geared me up to yet another level. I'm writing a very brutal book about why Nigeria is where it is today. I don't know if I will go to jail after launching the book in October, but we must say it the way it is. But for an average youth that are in this room, how do we get out of that frustration to focus on the way forward?
So here's my take. I believe that the Nigeria of our dreams is possible, and I would like every young Nigerian to also have such a belief. And to see that fixing Nigeria or getting Nigeria to where we want it to be is not going to happen without the collaboration of all stakeholders. And the stakeholders include government, businesses, entrepreneurs, youth, you and I, coming together to make it happen. We need to try to see the challenges as opportunities for us to create impact, to make the country a much more better, safer, and secure place for every citizen now and those to come in the future. I think it's important that we learn to choose to challenge things, choose to challenge the norms wherever you find yourself. Be determined to make it a lot better than how you've met it. Make an effort to see the place change for the better. I think that if you approach every task and every assignment as your calling, as something that God has called you to do, especially hinging on Colossians chapter 3, verse 23, doing it as unto the Lord, you would put in the best efforts to make it good, to make sure that you please God and you make him prouder. I want to encourage us to also make sure that we're sharing whatever opportunities and resources we have to impact the next generation, to make them better, to help them see what it means to be an excellent person, what it means to be a child of God, what it means to be a change maker. Let's put in our efforts to inspire others, to upskill and reskill the people who are working with us, who are coming after us, to be able to deliver the performance that we want to see in our nation. And I just want to encourage us to believe in Nigeria. The best time to start influencing the Nigeria that we want to see is now. And it behooves us. It's our responsibility as a people to make it happen. It really does start with you and I. Thank you.
Wow. Just to conclude the conversation right here on this platform, I have 4 questions, and so in the next 5 minutes, we should literally end this. I would like the panelists to just in 60 seconds to whoever is going to take up the answer. So the first question is the person is wanted to know, is asking, in history, youths saw the problems and intervened in their own way through force, but this only exacerbated the problem in the long run. How do we now balance out radicalism and understanding and strategy that will work in the long run? Let me allow Ms. Ogunlesi to answer to that.
You know, I don't think that these are questions that you can really answer in such a simplistic, it's not a simplistic approach to it. Because the youth came out with NSAS. They were bold. They were daring. They were courageous. But I think somewhere along the line, they failed to understand that there was a time in which they needed to sit at a negotiating table. And there was a time when they needed to bring forth who the leaders were. And everything fell apart. And yet, that time was a reflection of what can happen when we consciously galvanize ourselves to fight for a cause that we believe in. I'm not sure this is answering this person's question, but I'm going to try and answer it as best as I can. Yeah? So, it comes back to what do we believe is possible for us as Nigerians? What are we willing to stake on that possibility? What do we see? I love this definition of faith that says that you see the invisible, you believe in the impossible, and you trust the unknown. I believe to fix Nigeria, we have to somehow see the Nigeria that is possible. And we have to believe in that possibility. And we have to trust that when we sit at the table, which is where I think it all fell apart with NSAS, that we can get what we're actually asking for. And we can get our needs met.
So the second question, the person is asking, I'll allow Mrs. to answer this. The youth are expected to drive the change we need to birth a Nigeria of our dream. The same youths are so deprived and disempowered both in quality education and economically. Nigerian politics is highly monetized. How can the youths of Nigeria take on this task of change? That's from Emeka Udiogba.
Definitely a great question. And that's why at Leap Africa, what we do after we've trained our young people is that we get them to start change projects in their communities. So the same youth who people say are liability are actually an asset to their communities. And they see what makes them angry about their communities, and then they work together to come up with an idea to change that thing, to address that thing. We even wrote a book called Rage for Change, showcasing the young people who have been mad enough to make a difference. And so I would challenge our young people, if there are problems in your society, in your school, in your community, what can you do about it? A simple thing. Some youth in Lagos State found out that there was huge traffic accidents on their roads, and some of them would be hit by cars on their way to school. So their change project was zebra crossings, right? They got a company in their neighborhood to pay for the zebra crosses and to pay for someone to basically stand and say stop so that they could pass on their way to work. That's a small change project. Another group actually said, we don't have a sick bay in our school. We don't have a library in our school. Let's do something. Let's work together. Let's raise money in our community. Now, that's how you build your leadership muscle. You don't wake up today and say you're going to be president. You start by starting a small initiative in your community, proving that you can do something, then galvanizing others and rise up the ladder. I love this quote that a young African said to a president. Said, this generation is no longer asking God for the serenity to accept the things we cannot change. We're asking the Almighty to grant us the courage and the wisdom to change the things we cannot accept. I think enough of us have to have that courage and wisdom to change the things we cannot accept. And that wisdom is critical, and that's what Mrs. Ogunlesi was talking about. Knowing when to come to the table, knowing when to speak up, knowing when to keep quiet.
Thank you so much. Pastor Bakari, I'd like you to take these questions. How do we get a credible election result that is devoid of manipulation at the collation center by
I can hear you well,
Sir,
please.
Okay, let me repeat the question. How do we get a credible electoral result that is devoid of manipulation at the collation center by electoral officers in collusion with the politicians?
Well, thank you very much. In 1964, the market women in Abeokuta decided they were going to vote for Chief Obafemi Awolowo's action group. But Akintola was then prime minister and there was crisis. And you know the song they were singing because the chieftains of NNDP then said the women would not sell in the market. And they all agreed to vote for Akintola. On the day of the election, they voted for Awo. And Akintola lost in that territory. And you know the song they were singing, Sheung? They said, Borawa mi rinu mi demo moa. If you see my hand, you don't see my heart. The truth of the matter is, if we are going to see change in electoral form, we would not then wait for angels to vote and angels to count the vote. Because Akintola said, if you don't vote for a bad, angels will vote. The problem is those who are counting the vote, those who are putting it together, they are all in the pocket of the players in politics today. Believe me, I don't care who says otherwise, and I'm not trying to say I know all. There has been no free, fair election in Nigeria. Even the one in 1993 that we adjudged free and fair or credible was also massively rigged. It's a way of life here. Things have to change. Until our vote begins to count, then those we are waiting for to count the votes will continue to take advantage of us. If we are going to stick with it, and young people, you have the power. You have what it takes. You have the endurance to stick with it, to ensure that you do not leave that place until it's counted. And now you have your phones to take the final result and begin to keep it and post it to wherever it is, because they will continue to do this to hold on to power. But you see, Power is not going to be just released to you. Power is never granted by the oppressor to the oppressed. It must be demanded by the oppressed. And if you feel oppressed, if you feel you want to, your voice to be heard and your vote to count, then pay the price for it. Stick with it. We just returned, my wife and I, from UK because our son in the faith took part in the mayoral election for London. There are 5 million voters. Majority of those who did not come to vote were people of color. There were people in church. But we want to see change. We do not want to back it. Time has come to back our desire with action. Let us walk the talk. If you have, as they have said here repeatedly today, influence in anywhere, exercise it, because you never can tell. And you can't say, I'm so small. It doesn't matter. Remember the little girl, the maid in the house of Captain Naaman. All she said was, I wish Captain can go to Samaria. That was all. That led Captain to the king of Syria. That led the king of Syria to the king of Israel. That led Captain to the presence of Elisha. What you carry is awesome, is a lot. I don't play with my cook because in 2 seconds he can get rid of me. I don't joke with such people. I take good care of them because more or less your life is in their hand. They matter, they count. And if you see it from that angle, that your driver is important, your gardener is important, in like manner, if you begin to exercise influence where it matters, you will soon find out that these things will change. But we have to walk the talk. We have to be ready to pay the price. It's not a tea party, neither is it rocket science. It's doable, it's possible, we can do it, but there's a price to pay. There's no free lunch in Freetown.
Thank you, sir. Interestingly, we have Pastor Poju back. There are 2 more questions to take. Okay, I would like Pastor Poju to take this one. In the world, it's always been said that politics is local. With the recent ban on about 65 political parties, how can the righteous and just partake in politics? By starting a political party, or should we join the existing known ones? That's a question from the person. Let me allow you to take it, sir.
All right. So the question is...
let me take the question again. The person was asking, in a world, it has always been said that politics is local. With the recent ban on about 65 political parties, how can the righteous and just partake in politics? Is it by starting a political party, or should we join the existing known ones?
Look, all right, let me first say something. All right, I don't know how you take this, but politics and governance is not church. The rules of engagement in church among ourselves is different from the rules of engagement in politics. For example, or in the world, you cannot have and attend a church whose head of the church is an idol worshiper. You cannot. If they say he's an idol worshiper, that's the end. If you go into business, they say the CEO is an idol worshiper. That is the CEO's problem. So Daniel was inside an organization, because a lot of times Christians get emotional and overreact. Daniel operated in an organization where when he was going to work in the morning, there was an idol in front and everybody was bowing down to the idol. He and his friends said they are not bowing down. We'll continue with our work here. They did not resign. They just did not bow down. The day you come to meet us and tell us to bow down is the day we will show you what we believe and what you believe. And there will be a contest. And there was that contest. So Paul himself wrote it. He said, I said you should not keep company not with the people of this world. He says, with a Christian who behaves like this. If you are going to do this to the world, you will need to get out of the world. And so what has happened to a lot of Christians is we are in this world but operating outside because we don't want to interact where the real stuff is, because we get offended at certain things that we see. So there's a trigger. Once we get there, you say, well, the CEO has 3 girlfriends and he drinks. I don't want what is flowing at the top to flow down. That's nothing at the top will flow down to you. That's not the body of Christ. Those are things that operate in a church. They don't operate, all right, inside the world. So let's get that clear. So you want to interact. Now, it's your choice. If you say you want to start a political party and with the purpose of capturing power, there is nowhere in this world that democracy is not expensive. In America, Hillary Clinton spent $1 billion and lost the election. You cannot get democratic power without money. Not that you are bribing people. You have to buy television, hair channels. You tell you how much it is per second. All right, you have to billboards, you have to do adverts, you have to put up. So it's going to cost a lot of money. Now, where are you going to get the money to build the structure from the bottom to the top? If you have people that have that kind of money and are willing to put that money down and to lose the election after that money has been spent. My friend who said she wanted to do council, I said, it will cost you about 10 million naira. Not that you're bribing anybody to do that. The morning of an election, you have to have polling agents, you pay them, you have to have people that, so it's going to cost a lot of money. Now, if you have that kind of money and you are willing to lose that money, like somebody said, do you want to do politics? Said yes. Do you have 500 million? Yes. Can we take the 500 million and burn it in front of you and you won't move? If your answer is yes, come to politics, because you can spend 500 million and your money has gone, and you go home and say, where's the return on your investment? Gone. The people who are shouting this morning, you are the winner, by evening, you won't see them again, and you must be fine. So if you have that and you want to risk that, and it's not cheap, now, then you can do it. If you say, well, I don't want to go that way, the route I want to go to, which I tell young people, is infiltration. In other words, infiltration is go and join them where they are doing it. But don't go as an individual. Go as a group. Create a critical mass. Penetrate their systems. I repeat, these people are not as formidable as you think they are. Enter into those systems, infiltrate those systems, and then, when you say righteous, people use this word righteous, integrity. A chap told me, he was a pastor, he went into politics. He said God told him, everything they do in politics, they do in families. The first murder happened in a family, all right? So if you want to say politics dirty, family too, there is debt there. Business too, there is debt there. There is nothing, it's the same people that are doing everything. So take your mind off that, have your standard, don't go alone. If you go alone, they will decimate you. Go in as a group, like Daniel went in with his friends, enter into what you want to do, start small, and you will rise up fast once you are a talented person. This is the way. Even President Barack Obama was on the streets, trying to change on the streets. They asked him, why did you come into politics? He said, I realized that the streets have its weakness and limitation. If you don't come into politics, you will not be able to change things. I came in because I realized that it was politics. And let me say something, when he was contesting for presidency, and he said he was going to change, and this is what Christians have to get smart. He was going to change and he was going to fight for African Americans. Secretary Hillary Clinton told him something, and I'll never forget. People took it as a racist statement, but it was not. She said, do not forget that even though Martin Luther was walking on the streets, he needed Lyndon Johnson, who was a white man, to tell the white man, we have to change things for these blacks. If you want to change things for blacks, you will need white people to talk to white people that enough is enough. All right? Or else, if you go and do it yourself, they will think that you are biased. That's why Africans till today say that some white presidents in America did more for Africa than him, not because he didn't want to do it, but because his hands were tied. Because if you go in that direction, you can raise an opera and all of that. So we should get smart about things in what we're doing. That if you have people on the inside who are already working on the inside, I see young people attack young people in government today who are there, call them all kinds of names. They were friends when they were outside the government. They are now working as SA. They abuse them from head to toe. And I tell people, all right, you don't do this to your young folks that are there. All right, you don't kill them. You don't do this. I mean, in my school, one of the deputy governors came out, and this is supposed to be a very good school. It was an international school in Badon, and she said something that shocked me. We were doing our anniversary. She said, with all of the graduates from this school, and that's who had serious people, I am the first person to be elected into a political office in Nigeria as a deputy governor. First person from this school. So when we got to our own classmates group, and I mentioned it, somebody there said, what is she saying? How did she get there? Isn't the governor too one of the people that stole? I said, can you see now? This is why people don't want to go. Because when one person goes, you abuse the person. These are Christians. You abuse the person from. So people look at it and say, look, do I want my family to be called out on Twitter, my children to be harassed, people back up? We have to get smarter about the things that we are doing in terms of be smart about it, understand that this is the game. If you want to change it, you have to enter and play that game. Jesus said, be wise as serpents, but be gentle as dove. I send you as sheep among wolves. We are behaving as sheep among sheep. If we want to live this Christian life, we'll go to where the wolves are and outsmart them at their gate.
Wow. Thank you so much, Father Koju. The last question is for Mervyn Azeta. If you can, the question is this: what is the impact of the civil servants or civil service to a better Nigeria? No, Ms. Azeta.
Me?
Yes, me. Okay. So today, the civil servants occupy these parastatals and institutions that are working in the country, and I believe that if every of these civil servants approaches their office as a place, an opportunity to do good, to transform the nation, to deliver on performance and excellence, their work or actions will impact the country positively as well. So I believe that we all, as Nigerians, wherever we find ourselves, in whatever institutions or organizations or sectors we find ourselves, we must see it as a place and a platform for us to contribute to the development of our nation. And I think civil servants should see it that way as well.
Thank you so much. Just before we finally round up, Ms. Ogunlesi wanted to say something.
I would like to crave your indulgence because a lot has been said about change and the need for change. And I would like everybody to, if you can remember it, fine. Otherwise, I would like you to write this down. It's a very simple question. And the question is this: how am I, where I am, contributing to the state of affairs in Nigeria today? How am I contributing to the state of Nigeria the way it is today? One of the things I've learned in my life is that for things to change, I have to change. And nothing changes until I change. What are you willing to change? What are you willing to give up? Who are you willing to become to build and create the Nigeria of your dreams? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Please, can we just put our hands together for the panelists? This is a personal belief that one person can change this country. It's a personal belief. I don't know if you believe so. That we can have one person who has decided to make a change, either by being a president, or by being a governor, or by being a local government chairman. People make example of Lagos State. But people are trying to make change in wherever way they can And I believe it can start. Just like one bank says, they are one customer bank. If we believe that we are a one Nigeria, and the change can start with us, it can start now. I'd like to quickly mention, before I hand over to the Master of Ceremony, that one thing that we are losing sight of as a people is the local government administration in Nigeria. Do we know that sanitation is a role of local government? Do we know that billboards are the roles of local government? Primary health is a role of local government. And so the next time we want to talk about bad governance in Nigeria, the local government should be less than 2 kilometers from where you live. That is how it should be. For all the 774 local governments in Nigeria, have we as a resident association, that's a little part of our society, come together to march and ask for answers at the local government office? If every local government chairman knows that the society or the people in their environment will not take rubbish, things will change. And a final note, the estate in which I live, I don't know if anybody is aware that we pioneered 24-hour electricity in Lagos. If you have an estate where you enjoy 24-hour electricity, my estate pioneered it. And this is what we did. We came together, we said we do not care how much it will cost us to have 24-hour electricity. We sat down with those who were supplying electricity. We said we need a special attention or a special way to deliver 24-hour electricity. And in my estate, I've not put on generator in my house in the last 2 years. We pay for it, it's expensive, but we have it. What I'm trying to drive at is that it is possible. Let us not focus, is a distraction, focusing too much on the federal and the state. That local government chairman must answer to our questions. Thank you so much, everyone. It's a pleasure being here today.
Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. I was going to ask us to stand up already, but can we please give a round of applause for the distinguished speaker? Thank you so much. This has been an inspiring, thought-provoking, and educative session. I personally have learned a lot, and I'm certain that everyone here has done that as well. Now, before we ask you to go back to your seats, I would like for you all to please stand up and take a picture together, and then you please make it back to your seats. So please come closer. Okay. Move closer. Thank you.
I feel very short next to you.
Thank you very much. Can we please put our hands together as they make their way back to their seats? Please don't stop clapping. Thank you very much. Thank you so much. This has been an awesome time. I am so excited and honored to have been part of this. Without much further ado, one of the elements that define the Conversation Africa, one of our unique selling points and what we refer to our value proposition, is our abilities to not only identify solutions, but also not only identify issues, but also generate solutions and influence policies. I would like to invite Christian Love, partner at Livingston Attorneys, to share with us the call to action. Can we please put our hands together for him?
Thank you so much, Stephanie, and all our panelists. We really want to appreciate all the amazing thoughts that has been shared. Can I have the slide on? Just for is our call to action has to do with community. We have like 4 communities that we want to share, and so that we can engage from here. We're not just talking about what needs to change. We're plugging each and every willing, able, conscious, and qualified people into this community so that the change we want to see starts with us, and it starts right now. Because the conversation Africa is not just about pulling the best and brightest together to work to articulate the issues, but to distill down the problem into digestible forms and have the ability to solve it, not just at small scale, but nationally. And for us to be able to do that, we have what we call 4 communities. The first community is civil society. Under civil society, we have 4 different communities. The first one is advocacy. Can we say advocacy? Can I hear you say advocacy? Now, advocacy, you need to be able to bring a problem to the fore before it gets attention and traction. And we see a lot with NSAS and a lot of other initiatives. And when rape become an issue and it comes into the fore, people try to solve the problem. So the first community is advocacy. The second community is direct intervention. Can we say direct intervention? Now in 2001, we did something with Okwebi Grammar School, where the serving overseer happened to reside at that time, the International Center for Reconstruction and Development, where I happened to serve as, where I happened to serve, because I call it service. We did direct intervention with that school to change the narrative of what needs to happen. Before we got there, 98% were failing mathematics, more than 100% were failing English, all these subjects. So we did an analysis of what needs to happen. And it took funding. I'm sure, if my understanding is correct, I'm not in accounts. I'm sure Bumi Bakari, as she then was, and Bumi Bakari, as she Bumi Fabode, as she is now, was in charge. And I'm sure that not less than 10 million, more than that, was spent in galvanizing both young people and approaching state governments and giving us opportunity to come in by 1 o'clock rather than 3 o'clock and spend time with the students. And they gave us access to do classes on Saturdays and Sundays, even after church. And it's amazing that some of the results within 1 or 2 years was phenomenal. And we went from Okwebi Grammar School to other schools. That requires someone taking responsibility to say, I'm going to fund it. And I can't forget when we were at a critical junction and in strategy, and it's as if we're not going to solve the problem. And I had a meeting with our leader and serving overseer, who happened to be our boss then. And he said something. He said, if it is just one person whose story will change, we are going to do this regardless of the challenges. And we saw the result of what happened. So that's a direct intervention. So how do you just adopt a family, a child, a school, a primary health center, or a park? Then the next one is philanthropy. I attended, I think in 2007, Leap Africa. It was, our son name was Obi. she was the one who took us on the class. And a lot is happening individually, but we need to collaborate. We need to galvanize this philanthropy nature, not just with the high and mighty, but inculcate it in every single individual. Like we give our children offerings to pay in church and things to take home. We need to teach them how giving to worthy cause starts from when as soon as they grow up. And then judicial activism. Now, one of the things that Gani Fawemi did for us in his lifetime was ensure that every single thing that he disagreed with, rather than agonize or complain, is going to go to court. And as a result of that, we were able to, the fundamental human right that we currently experience in Nigeria is because he put his life on the line and he ensured that everything was challenged. So that's civil society. Let's go to stream 2. The private sector. Now we have employed professionals. We're going to send all these details to us. You might not like civil society. You might love the private sector. From small businesses to entrepreneurs to the informal sectors, we have thought through some of these things and we have identified what needs to be done critically to each of those spaces so that we can really engage collectively, not in silos. So that's what we want to do with the private sector. An upscale, upgraded, and upskill private sector workforce that is going to be committed to execution. So we will share more details about this as soon as in our emails and all the other stuff. Can we move to the next step? So politics and governance. Now, one of the challenges we have as a nation is because there is no political ideology and political parties. All the things we're discussing, elections and political governance and funding. Because if I'm not contributing on a monthly, weekly, annual to political parties, I can't be in charge. If I'm not participating, nothing is going to happen. So we also have a stream for politics and governance. Can we see the last one? My Oga is saying I should get out of here. So public service. Now ministry, department, and agencies. You know, one of the things I want to say here that is extremely critical. You know that if you were not born in Nigeria, according to our constitution, you can't be the president of Nigeria. Now the Northerners understand that, and I'm not trying to preach any. I have a friend whose wife, whose friend was the wife of one Northern governor, and anytime they want to deliver, they will go to Abuja Federal Hospital. But immediately they finish the baby, they will travel abroad. And first child, second child, third child. Then she called. Why are you not giving back? Why are you not traveling abroad? So keep back your. He said, don't you? It's written in black and white. Now, and if you look at the civil service, one of the challenges we have is we recruited 40 years ago by the lowest level of entry or competence that is required, and we're complaining now that the people that are at the top, we can't fix it. So we need to fix our civil service. So if that's your interest, you have a place. The military and law enforcement agent, the highest national honor is for few of us to be able to lay down their life for the rest of us. We need to ensure that there is a veteran fund that can guarantee that the memory of our heroes past, from the general that passed to Adetiloy, the young woman who was the first fighter combat. We cannot just complain about what the government is doing to their family. We need to do something. So if that is your own, you have a place. Then political appointments, we have distilled some of this issue. You can join, once you get to our website, you can join any of this group, and we're going to have a 7 weeks intensive course that lays the foundation so that you understand the nitty-gritty. We're going to give us further information on that. Without much ado, as I've been commanded, I'd like to invite our one and only authentic Mrs. B to give the closing remark and appreciation. And like I like to say, by the grace of God, our incoming First Lady. Let's put our hands together for her. Let's put our hands together. You're welcome.
Whoa, whoa, whoa. Thank you, Christian. It's been a long day. Have you really enjoyed your day today? Yes, it's really worth it. Thank God, thank God, thank God. And to the panelists, we say very, 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 very big thank you. Mrs. Ogulesi, so good to have you here. Thank you for giving us your time. Pastor Boju Oyemade, you had to step out to some meeting, I guess. Thank you. Thank you so very much for your time. Marvin Azeta, you did so well. Well done. And our own dear Mrs. Ndidi Unwuneli. Indeed, dynamites come in little packages. You're so powerful. You came a bit after the meeting started, but you made up for the time lost. Thank you so very much. Thank you. And our own dear serving overseer, any day, always ready. Thank you for being a father. And the youth pastor, Pastor Mike Mwokerfo. Let them see you and appreciate you. Thank you. He's a youth pastor. And everyone that works behind the scenes, thank you so very much. And to you for coming, for making our time to be here. Thank you. And one thing I like about this conversation is it doesn't end here. It continues. It's an annual thing. Today is just the flag off. So next year, we are taking it to another level. Thank you so very much for being a part of this. God bless you, and the Lord bless all our efforts in the name of Jesus. Amen. Shehu Akimbalu, I'm so sorry, of Channels Television. Thank you so very much for giving us your time. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Laide Bakari, for those remarkable words. Can we please put our hands together for her? And of course, I'd like to say thank you again to everyone for making a point to be here. We are honored to have had you. And of course, we look forward to seeing you all again. May we all please be upstanding as we take the closing prayer in form of the second stanza of the national anthem.
O God of creation, direct our noble course, guide our leaders right, help our youth the truth to know. In love and honesty to grow and live in
thank you very much, everyone. Have a good afternoon.
One in which we felt we could change the world. It's nothing more powerful, more even intoxicating than the faith, believe that you can change the world. I was telling a story actually earlier today of my 18th birthday. How I did not know it was my birthday until 8:30 p.m.
Wow.
I mean, 18 is the number. I'm sure most of you, when it's 18th birthday, you prepare for it 1 year in advance. You're planning for the party and all of that. Yeah. But I actually did not realize it was my 18th birthday until 8:30 p.m. How did that happen? That happened because I was